www.lajoyais.us, and also locally on our local school channel as well on www.lajoyaisd.com, and that's channel 17 for the live feed. And out here, and hopefully we have a great and productive hearing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Representative Longoria. We have a lot to cover today. I'm going to give anyone an opportunity to speak. I just want to reiterate that our today is, of course, on human trafficking, and my particular is, of course, is to make sure that there is not one child that ends up in the commercial sex trade industry, and that's my focus. I know we all have different interests, but I think we need to stay focused today about why we're here, and that is to address the interim charges that we've been given as a committee to study. And the specific charges that we're looking at today is hearing testimony on ways to further combat human trafficking along the Texas border, and we're here, and to discuss services available to victims. Clearly, we all know about the huge influx of unaccompanied minors that are crossing the border, and the challenges that it's presenting both to the federal government and to the state government. So I think we'd be remiss if today we didn't talk about that and sort of weave that into our discussions about how we're going to confront that as a state, to do what we can and what we have to do to address this humanitarian crisis that we're facing. And so is there anyone with that, any of the members who'd like to make a brief comment? I think Senator Estes, you had asked me if you could say something briefly.
Representative.
Yes.
May I be recognized?
Of course, you may.
I just want to make one addition to our charge. We're also charged with human trafficking in labor as well, and that's something that we're also interested in, and see whether or not that we will be able to address those issues if those problems exist, and be able to give law enforcement additional tools in order to curtail that problem. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Thompson. Senator Estes?
Yes, I just am happy to be here with all of you. And just yesterday in Denton County, the Sheriff's Department broke up a prostitution ring where there were two 17-year-olds that were rescued, and I am advised that there are going to be more arrests today. And I just bring this up to kind of let the committee know, Representative Parker is aware of this. This is not a problem for any one area of Texas. It's a problem all over Texas. And I look forward to working together with all of you to get a constructive solution to this big problem. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Anyone else care to make a brief opening statement? All right, then we will, before we start with invited testimony, we will actually call up the mayor, Fito Salinas, who would like to make a brief comment.
Madam Chair, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Fito Salinas. I'm the mayor of the city of La Joya. I just have a couple of things that our community is concerned about. One of the problems here in La Joya with this trafficking, border trafficking, is that the fence that we built, or whoever built it, came to an end about east of La Joya. So that created a funnel of all these illegals coming to the city of La Joya. It ends there and it comes directly to the southern limits of La Joya. And that's our biggest concern. I think that maybe the fence should have been done. I was against it at the beginning, but it's there now. And I think it should be extended further west. Second, committee members, I would like to ask for your support. Being an ex-school board member, there's a lot of word being said about millions coming to help these illegal students coming on, people coming to the valley, because the valley is They say 57,000 students are here. What are you all going to recommend, or what can you do to help our school district, La Joya Independent School District, when our classrooms are inundated with these children? Are you going to fund some of those $12 million a month that the TPS is going to give out? Or the $3.7 million that President Obama is going to help out with? I haven't seen or read anything about what the state or the nation is going to do in reference to education of our kids, because they will be coming to our schools. Those are the two main things that I would like to bring to your attention, and I hope we have your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Salinas. And I'll call up Kyle Janet, Commissioner of Health and Human Services, and David Leakey, Commissioner of DSHS, for invited testimony. Good morning, Commissioner Janet. Thank you for joining us in the Valley this morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Madam Chair Thompson. We appreciate the opportunity to visit with all of you today. It's a distinguished panel you've put together, and we're happy to make a presentation. I want to clear up a few things as we go along in terms of jurisdictions and terms and some of those niceties, but we're very anxious to answer questions that the committee members may have. My name is Kyle Janik. I'm the Executive Commissioner of Health and Human Services for the state of Texas. Joining me today, and you'll hear a little bit from Dr. Leakey, is Dr. David Leakey, the Commissioner of Department of State Health Services. You've been given a presentation, and I won't read that to you for the usual reasons, but I'm gonna add a little color commentary to the presentation as we go along. If you would, turn to page 2 in the presentation. This initial part is going to be very important. One of the things we hope to do is to clear up some of the confusion in terms of the jurisdictions between the federal responsibilities and their bureaucracy and the state's responsibilities and our bureaucracy. So looking at page 2, on the right-hand side of the chart, you'll see the federal organization that touches all these folks who come across the border either legally or illegally. And special focus goes on the Office of Refugee Resettlement there in the middle of the page. The ORR is a federal agency under the Department of Health and Human Services. They send money to us at HHSC, federal dollars that come, and I'm going to talk a little bit about that agency to which those dollars go and how they're spent. Primarily, it's important to know that in that Office of Immigration, the Office of Immigration and Refugee Affairs at HHSC, it was created in 1991 by the legislature for the sole purpose of administering federal dollars that come to the state to assist those folks who come here. A major distinction is that that agency within HHSC only expends dollars on folks who are here and with some legal status, and I'll outline some of those for you. I'm going to turn for just a minute to those kids who come here through an illegal process, if you will. They come across without a legal status when they come to the border. So looking at page 3, this is a slide straight from Department of Homeland Security, and it'll just show you that process. When kids come to the border, if they are intercepted by Border Patrol, they are in the custody, if you will, Department of Homeland Security. Once they leave there, they will go to the care and custody of the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. So a lot of times we throw Health and Human Services around, but in these contexts, it's extremely important to remember whose jurisdiction and therefore whose responsibility these kids lie. So on page 3, you'll just see a little bit about that process. We use the term commonly in our normal conversations, refugee. We did it with the folks who came from New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina and came to Houston. We use that term in a more common fashion, but I want to use it today in a very specific fashion. Refugee, we'll go into this.
Pardon? Yes.
Janet, on page 3, at the 5th spot, number 5, when you place the child with a relative or other sponsors in the United States, how are you able to determine whether or not that is a relative, a genuine relative?
Yes, ma'am. That is, again, that goes to the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. Is solely in the jurisdiction of them to place them wherever they may be placed. And we're happy to talk a little bit about shelters and the difference between placement on federal property or placement on private property, if you will, in a shelter run by one of their contractors. And we'll clear up some of that for you as we go along. But on 5, the question is, how do we determine if that's a relative or whatever? That is entirely done by the Department of Health and Human Services, the federal agency. So anyway, back to the term refugee, we'll clear up some of that because there are very specific meanings to the terms refugee, asylees, and others. And that'll be more clear to you when we get to the OIRA, the Office of Immigration and Refugee Affairs in Health and Human Services. We'll do that now. If you'll look at page 4 of the presentation, the OIRA, which is within the Health and Human Services Commission, us, the state, is fully funded by the federal government.
Representative Alonso?
Yes, sir.
Quick question before we go to the next section. You mentioned that the money that you get under your department to deal with refugees that comes from the federal government because of our state law only is used to help those with legal status. Is that right?
It's to help, that's correct. It is to help those who already have a deemed legal status given to them by the federal government. That's correct.
So I think what you're asking us, if we want to use some of those monies for situations, for example, with what's going on right now with children that don't have legal status, we would have to change legislation to make use of that money. As you heard the mayor asking for help, as far as funds. Is that correct?
I would only correct it this way, Representative Alonso. It's not that a change in legislation would need to occur. There are monies being expended to resettle those kiddos who come across unaccompanied and do not have a legal status. That is done completely by the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. So you would not need a change in state statute. This office within Health and Human Services Commission was created in 1991 solely for the purpose of administering the dollars that go to those who are here with a legal status.
And I understand the difference between state and federal. So we'll put that for a moment over there and come back to state. So in the department that you have, for the funds that you get, because of the state law that we have that says we help children with legal status. So I think what you're asking is a way to fix that part of it is to make sure we correct legislation to make sure you're able to use, not the federal government, yourself, through your mechanisms, those funds for children under this situation right now.
Again, and I apologize if I'm not understanding correctly, there's not some money that would come to the state, but we can't spend it because those kiddos are here illegally. It doesn't work that way. The federal government has the care and custody of those kids, and they'll expend the federal dollars through the federal government and not through state government. Is that
okay?
Did I clarify that?
Be clear. Thanks.
Okay. Again, to go back to slide 4, we'll continue on with the Office of Immigration and Refugee Affairs. So this is a single point of contact. Legislature created this agency in 1991, again, for that sole purpose of expending federal funds to assist those refugees who are here with a legal status and have been resettled by the Office of Refugee Resettlement. There's a total of 18 FTEs in that office. The OIRA itself has 10, and then 4 positions in our Health and Human Services community-based services, and then we contract with DSHS and Department of Family and Protective Services, and we've got 4 more positions that go to them through that. But again, all federal funds. Okay. If you look at page 5, I'm going to go back to that distinction between someone who's here with a legal status and someone who is not. This program, the OIRA, through which federal dollars go through our commission, is only for those folks who have the legal status, and I want to define several of those statuses for you. The first would be somebody who's called a refugee. Again, not in the terms of somebody who fled something bad, but rather a refugee in this context means somebody who had a legal status to come here before they arrived, generally given to those who can demonstrate to the federal government that they returned to their homeland, they would be subject to persecution based on race or religion or political reasons or other. So those refugees, capital R, get that status before they come to the United States. Secondly, you've got asylees. Asylees, those who seek asylum, basically the same sort of category, but they don't get that status until they arrive. And then they say, I'm here seeking asylum and I would like the ability to remain because if I return, I'd be persecuted. The next group are those certified international victims of trafficking and the unaccompanied international children who have a federally issued eligibility or certification letter. Next are those children with special immigrant juvenile status, SIJ status, and lastly, the youth status. Those two are not as well defined in our opinion, but they are open to their statuses that may be granted by the U.S. Citizenship Immigration Services, and they're not as narrowly defined as others. You'll see on slide 5 that we use the term international victim of trafficking. We use that to describe someone who is not a citizen of the United States, but who has been forced through abduction, the use of threat, deception, fraud, or sale for the purposes of sexual exploitation or forced labor, those two categories. Congress and the federal government set the maximum number of refugees who can come in and get some of these deemed statuses, and they'll set it, typically remained at about 70,000 per year. It's been that number for a while. And the federal program designates which state receives refugees. So it's the federal program that says, we've got dollars for you, we're going to resettle you in Texas, Oklahoma, Maine, or wherever. There have been some fluctuations, but generally our participation in Texas has been hovering around 8,500 refugees and other statuses through the years. If you look at page 6, I'm going to narrow in now. We're still talking about the Office of Immigration and Refugee Affairs, but we'll talk specifically about trafficking. The Trafficking Victims Protection Act directs the Federal Office of Refugee Resettlement to do two things: to identify and assist the international trafficking victims, I defined that for you earlier, and also to issue the certification and eligibility letters for adults and child victims of trafficking. So upon receipt of the certification of the eligibility, the international trafficking victims are eligible for the Refugee Assistance Program. In 2013, there were about 50 adults and 44 minor victims who received services in Texas through OIRA. Combined budget at OIRA, federal dollars coming to our commission, is about $51 million a year. I want to make clear that domestic victims of trafficking are not eligible for the federally funded programs.
Senator Van de Putte has a question, Commissioner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Commissioner, very, very much. Really appreciate all the work that you have done, particularly with the coordination of so many state agencies as a result of the legislation that we have passed over the years. My question, and I want to make sure that I have this correctly. So by your testimony, you said that we probably have somewhere around 8,000, 7,000, 8,000.
About 8,500 per year.
Per year that are under the Office of OIRA. But of those, you have about 94 who have that certification of eligibility as international trafficking victims.
Correct.
So I want to get in my mind, so we've got the majority of folks that are here, I would imagine, are the people that we've had in our communities that are sponsored by Baptist Children Family Association, Catholic Charities in San Antonio. We have a big population that was from Somalia, from the Sudan. So a lot of those are coming from other countries, then they do get that refugee or asylee status.
That's correct.
Okay, so when you said about $51 million, that is for the entire 8,000 plus?
Correct.
Are there any specific funds that are designated to, within that office, to those victims or survivors who are actually have that certification of trafficking, rather than fleeing those regimes that we see from other countries that are under the broader umbrella of OIRA?
That's right. Yes, ma'am, there are, and we'll get to those in a slide or two. But basically, you're exactly right, 8,500, and the vast majority are here willingly. And I'll make that distinction between someone who is smuggled and someone who is trafficked. Typically, we will say that someone who's trafficked is here not of their own volition, and that is different than someone who's smuggled. They want to be here, and they got a smuggler to get them across the border. So we'll give you those numbers in just a few minutes, if you don't mind.
Thank you, really appreciate it, but I wanted to get clear in my head that there were about over 8,000, but of those, less than 100 are actually the trafficking victims.
That's correct.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. I made that distinction for you on the difference between trafficking and smuggling, because sometimes we use those terms, but it is typically more precisely defined that trafficking is those folks, those victims who are here not of their own volition. Okay, on page 7, I told you that OIRA is 100% federally funded. Programs are defined by the Federal Office of Refugee Resettlement. Let me tell you a little bit about the services in just very broad terms that are available through the assistance, the dollar assistance that are given to the folks who come here through those programs. The first is refugee cash assistance, the refugee medical assistance, there's social services, special discretionary grants, the unaccompanied refugee minors program. Let me make one more distinction as if I haven't already muddied the waters enough with my clarification. We will frequently hear the term unaccompanied alien children, UAC. The federal government in the last several weeks has dropped the alien part, and they still use the term UAC for unaccompanied children. Those are kids who are here without a legal status. Unaccompanied refugee minor, I did not make this up, unaccompanied refugee minor are those who come through, the funding goes through OIRA, and those kids do have legal status. OIRA contracts with local entities to deliver the services directly to those eligible individuals. The unduplicated number of refugees receiving cash, medical assistance, and social services was 14,556, representing 66 different nationalities. Now, distinction here, 8,500 come in. They're eligible for a time period longer than a year, depends on the services. And so that would make your number more. If somebody came in and, a year ago, they wouldn't count as that part of that 8,500. They would count as the prior year's 8,500. But about 14,000 people throughout the state receiving these services through OIRA.
Dr. Janet.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Janet, may I just ask a couple of questions? What are special discretionary grants?
Let me get into that just a little bit, see if I can.
Okay, I don't want to go ahead if you're going to discuss it later.
And I may get somebody up here to help me, but it's through a broad range of services. We do things like there's educational programs, English as a second language instruction, there's civics instructions, driver's education, and so forth. That's just one part, and that's not the special discretionary grants. I'll try and break that down a little bit for you, and if I don't have the information today, we'll get it to the committee.
And my second question is I have talked to some persons, and they seem to think that there's a breakdown in being able to provide legal services to these unaccompanied kids, and they are trying to provide them, but they are being prohibited from providing those services. Have you received any of those complaints?
I have not. No, ma'am. Straight answer is I have not.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Because that's federally administered and carried out. That the complaint would rightly go to DHHS, but I've not heard. To again, to go back to those contracts, these things that are administered through the state with local entities cover things like child welfare, school integration services, citizenship services, cultural orientation, supportive services to assist with getting employment, referral services, interpretation, and translations services. I had a great discussion with one of your colleagues on the Senate side yesterday, which has a large number of those folks who are resettled through the ORR. And, you know, you get into some areas, you'll get into a major language barrier when folks want to call 911. What should be a 90-second call, as it was described to me, becomes quite literally a 10-minute 911 call, because it takes a while to first determine what language and then what dialect this person is speaking, and then to make sure you've got the proper translators on the phone that can help determine what that problem is. Case management, family strengthening services, including health and emergency services and cultural adjustment services. There are 91 contracts in 37 community-based organizations that provide the direct services to the eligible individuals. I'll have a little more information. I'm going to pick through and see if I can find the answer to Chair Thompson's question on that in my references. Okay, I want to talk about there are two other agencies that administer some of these things through us. Dr. Lakey will start. Judge Specia is back in Austin with the Select Committee on Child Protection, and so he's testifying, and I'll give his portion today, but right now we'll turn to Dr. Lakey.
Excuse me, Commissioner, before you do that, I'd like to ask you, I just want to make sure that the committee is clear on the state versus the federal responsibility. Because I think, of course, some of us are concerned about, you know, allegations that may occur, abuse or neglect allegations as the unaccompanied minors go through the system.
Right.
But even if there was an allegation of abuse or neglect, CPS is not, that's not their responsibility to either investigate or follow through with any abuse or allegations or sexual abuse allegations. Is that correct?
Not entirely, and I'm sorry to be so nebulous on this, but I'm going to get back into a little jurisdictional discussion.
Okay.
Let me talk, if I may, and Dr. Lakey knows this stuff backwards and forwards, but I'm going to talk just briefly about, I want to talk about four classifications of folks who come into the United States. I'll talk first about the single adult or 2 or 3 adults who come across the border without legal status. They get intercepted by Border Patrol and get taken back as quickly as they can. Second group, the unaccompanied alien children. I'll now say just UAC, since the feds have dropped that alien designation. I will refer to them as UACs. These are kids who come from Mexico, primarily Mexico and the 3 other countries, El Salvador, Honduras, and Guatemala. They come across the border. They are unaccompanied, other than being with other kids, and they're intercepted by Border Patrol. It's supposed to be held no longer than 72 hours and then become in the care of custody of the Federal Department of Health and Human Services. When they leave, they may go one of several places, but there's 2 big categories. The first is they could go to, for example, Lackland Air Force Base, Fort Sill. They can go to federal property where shelters have been set up. At that point, there is no jurisdiction with us. There is virtually no oversight. We've had good discussions with the federal government. The president himself paid attention to that discussion in terms of letting Centers for Disease Control at least go into the Border Patrol stations and into the federal bases to look for disease outbreaks and track those sorts of things. Right? Second classification would be a kiddo who is sent into a shelter set up by Baptist Children and Family Services, contracted by the federal government. They will do that on non-federal property. And when they do that, they must have a license. That license to operate that shelter comes through Department of Family and Protective Services. At that time, in that shelter, if there are allegations of sexual abuse and other improprieties, it can be investigated by us. Primarily, I think that is still investigated by the federal government. It's their contractor who holds the responsibility for that shelter. But we, you know, overabundance of caution, we go where we think there is an allegation of abuse or misconduct and neglect, and we go there. If it turns out the feds say, not so fast, we got it, then they do have it.
And you're licensing the facilities, some of these private shelters that we're seeing popping up in, various parts of the state. I know there's a new one down in SD 17 down in Brazoria County. So it will be the state's responsibility to make sure that those are licensed appropriately and so forth. Okay. So that's where the state's role takes place.
That's correct. We had held, historically, because we'd not seen these numbers of kids coming across the border, we had historically held them to the same licensing requirement that we would hold any shelter that wants to operate for a long period of time in perpetuity. Given that we had large numbers and the need to set up shelters what could have been very quickly, and someone else can present the numbers in terms of what they're seeing through Border Patrol, but if those numbers fall off and we get to where a more manageable, steady number, then I want to go back to that original standard, which was what we would hold any residential operation to, any operator in the state. Because of the large numbers that we were seeing in a short period of time, I've directed DFPS to lower that to the standard that one would occur, for example, after a hurricane. In other words, mass sheltering standards, and Dr. Lakey is an expert on CDC requirements for those situations. That's where we are now. If someone wants to open a shelter, we need to make sure the basics are met rather than no standard or no shelter, and then over time we'll reassess and see if we need to raise that standard back up.
And I'm going to ask you a difficult question here, Commissioner, if you don't mind. And I realize you made it real clear where the federal and the state responsibility, how it differs and what your role is, so forth. But looking at what you've seen and what you know about how the system is operating with these large numbers, do you think that there's potential for children to slip through the cracks the way that it's working and potentially end up as victims of trafficking, whether it be in the sex trade or labor trade or whatever?
I would say it's a possibility, and of course, Director McCraw is going to testify. He may give you a little more information on this. There is one more group. The third group that I would say is those we've already talked about, those folks who show up and have some legal status, the asylees, the refugees, the SIJ, the U status, and those. The last group I would just bring to your attention. Let's say that an adult or two adults and 1, 2, 3, 5 kids are intercepted at the border with no legal status. We call that the family unit. The family unit doesn't get deported immediately. They've got kids. They do not go into the pool with the unaccompanied, with the UACs, because there's adults. What happens with them, you may have heard about, is that they're given a notice to appear. They claim to have an address, someplace where they're going to go, and they're given a bus ride to get over to a shelter that could then get them somewhere else. But when you think about it, that is an opportunity for a predator, a trafficker, to say at the border before they come across, hey, you're with me. If anybody asks you, I'm your dad, you're with me, we're a family, and threaten them, and then get across the border. That way the adult does not get deported immediately. The kid does not go in under federal supervision per se, but then they're gone, and we're very concerned about that. We have asked our friends, our partners in the federal government for locations, primarily for disease surveillance, and I'm happy to answer. Again, I don't need to answer because I got one of the country's foremost experts on these things sitting in my lap, but we can talk about immunizations and disease rates and so forth. But primarily out of a caution of disease surveillance, we'd like to know where these folks are going. We just name and address and where they're going, man, woman, or child. For disease surveillance reasons, we need to know that. We're working with the federal government to see if they can be a little more forthcoming with that information. But one more time, that family unit does seem to present an opportunity for a child to be brought in and to therefore bring the adult with them when in fact we can't actually prove they are a family unit. Do I have proof of that? No. What we have is strange circumstances that sometimes don't seem right, and it just does present an opportunity is my testimony.
All right.
Dr. Janet,
Any questions?
Dr. Janet, have you had any complaints filed with your office or called to your office regarding persons who may be victims of human trafficking since we've had the influx
I would say no, and Dr. Lake, you may correct me on that. I don't know of any. Typically, law enforcement may be called, or Border Patrol may know that, or DPS may know that when the time comes. But to my knowledge, no. Nobody is calling the State Health and Human Services Commission saying, I've been a victim of trafficking coming over illegally on this issue.
I noticed we've had an increase in persons coming since 2003, and there seemed to have been an escalation every year, and all of a sudden we got a big jump. Is that the rationale that you've been able to determine why we got such a huge jump between the 2003, because I understand 2003 we got a huge influx, and they've been coming, and all of a sudden we got a much huger surge.
As to the circumstances that led to that dramatic increase in numbers, I'd let others sort of delve into how or why that occurred. I would say that historically we've sort of looked at it as being seasonal. We know that some kids were coming over just looking for work. Parents would send them over, and the kids come looking for work, and they'd be intercepted and then go into the UAC program with the hopeful outcome of being reunited with their family. That typically is going to involve, I think, Madam Chair, with those kids who are from Mexico and not that designation of OTM, the federal government's term for other than Mexico, kids who come from places other than Mexico. But we have seen the dramatic numbers, and Dr. Lakey tracks these things through the years.
Thank you. Yeah, Representative.
Thank you, Madam Chairwoman. Just a couple of questions, sir. You mentioned that in this process that's available, one of the things that you that's looked at is if children have diseases. Is that right? In your testimony, you said that as you went through the different classes, the second class, unaccompanied minor aliens, you mentioned that as they move into the federal shelters, you're also monitored to see if they have diseases, the children, right? If you say that, I'll ask you another question.
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'm going to, because that does fall to Dr. Lakey's shop, if you don't mind, I'm going to.
Well, I'd rather ask you, sir, and
Sure.
I'll explain to you why. I apologize.
That's okay.
You made a comment that about diseases, so that means you're informed of that.
Sure.
And the reason I'm asking you before I would ask him is the whole world has opinions that these kids are coming with diseases, right? You're familiar with that?
It could be. I've heard, yes.
Okay. So since you and I know and everybody else makes these comments, so you just made a comment that that's one of the things we monitor.
Yep.
From what you know, as everybody's listening, do these kids, let's say it's 57,000, right, more or less?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Of these 57,000, are these kids coming or here with diseases?
Let me say this. We've seen a couple of cases of H1N1. We've seen some outbreaks of chicken pox. I think we may have had a case of measles or two. No measles. I'm sorry. Forgive me.
See, that's what I want to.
Yeah.
See, I also want you to know.
Right.
So when you get asked this question,
Right.
you will know the answer.
The reason is, Representative Alonzo, when we look at the immunization rates in those four countries, Mexico, Honduras, El Salvador, and Guatemala, we see immunization rates that are comparable, in some cases maybe exceeding what we have here in the United States. They've approached, after hitting a low for their immunization rates in the 40 percentile mark back in the mid-'80s, they're up to 95, 93%. So most of those kiddos get vaccinated against for measles, mumps, rubella, polio, DTP. They don't immunize typically for chicken pox. And I'll point this out, as we discussed this with many of them do get immunized against tuberculosis. And I really will stop at that and just say many of them get immunized, but Dr. Lakey's
and I will let him do that. I just, because you mentioned it, and
Yep.
a lot of people are making these comments. Part of the reason asking the question in front of him, so when it's his turn, I know he's going to answer the correct information. So that way, we all know, including the ones here in the committee. So we're clearly, instead of making these wild comments that the sky's falling, actually, he's going to tell us that the sky's not falling. Second line of question. real quick on the numbers, as Madam Chairwoman Thompson mentioned, if you know, and if you don't know, I'll stop asking. If we were to do a comparison between 2003 and 2014, what are the number of kids, if you know what it was from 203 to, so forth and so on?
The number of kids who come over unaccompanied, and not talking about those that have legal status, we've seen numbers in the low double digits, let's just say 10,000, okay, 11,000, and then I think last year was a large increase, probably double that, close to 24,000 if memory serves.
So is it safe to say it was 10,000 since 2003 every year, and then we got up to 57,000?
I'll get those historical numbers going back as far as 2003. We'll get you those.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right. Thank you, Commissioner Janik.
Thank you.
Dr. Lakey?
Well, good morning. For the record, my name is David Lakey, the Commissioner of the Texas Department of State Health Services. I have a couple of parts of this presentation. The first slide that I have is on page 8, and it talks about the system of refugee health screening program. The way that it works for individuals that are coming here legally is in the country of origin, there is a screening process that takes place where somebody from the CDC, they have a system of physicians that do a screening based on looking for infectious diseases. And so they look for tuberculosis, they look for sexual transmitted diseases, there's certain mental health issues that they look at. But when they pass that screening and they come to the United States, there's a system to provide screening for those individuals within the first 30 to 90 days of their arrival to wherever they arrive in the United States. And so there's federal funds that have been already discussed that come to the Health and Human Services Commission. Of that, $13.3 million is provided to the Department of State Health Services that is then transferred to 7 contractors across the state of Texas. And I have those listed for you. Those dollars are to provide that more comprehensive medical screening. And so they will do a complete history. They will review the medical documents the individuals had before they arrived here, a physical exam, laboratory test, the vaccinations that the individuals need, the mental health and social services process. And so that screening that's a very important component of the immigration of those individuals to the United States. And so that system is provided through those federal funds that come through the Department of State Health Services to those 7 contractors. And again, in that slide at the bottom, you can see how those dollars are divided up, basically based on how many individuals immigrate to that part of the state. Are there any questions on that slide? Page 8? Is that what you're... Yes, sir.
Do you have a question, yes. Representative Hunter? Go ahead.
And let me just bring us back to reality. Remember, this is the committee to study human trafficking, which is the prostitution and slavery of children. Mm-hmm. So I'm very interested in the point of this committee. The second, we need to watch our verbiage. This isn't human smuggling. You all have used the language, people coming here illegally. A trafficking victim may not want to be here. Please remember, we have 2 different categories. A child that is sold for slavery or prostitution may have no control of their life. Now here's my question on page 8. You say there's clinic location coincides with refugee placements in Texas by the federal ORR, and you list the 7 counties, correct?
Yes, sir.
Why aren't any in South Texas? Every one of these are not in South Texas. Dallas, that's not South Texas. You know, I'm looking at all this. Why is nothing being done in South Texas? I know you're not the feds, but maybe you can enlighten me.
Chairman Hunter, that is a question, and I'm sorry to do that, but that is a question for the feds. They are the ones who direct where those, through the Office of Refugee Resettlement at DHHS, they are the ones who direct where those folks will go.
All right, so you've got us a slide here, so everybody's listening, on screening programs. and there's nothing focused in South Texas. I'm from Corpus Christi. We're here in Hidalgo. So there's nothing in our region.
And I believe that's because when individuals come through the legal channels from the federal government and are qualified as refugees, this is where the refugees are placed in the state of Texas. It doesn't have to do with individuals that do not come through that legal process to the state. But
Wouldn't it be a good idea to maybe have a South Texas location?
Yep.
Especially if we have some folks that are in South Texas, like right here. I just heard you for almost an hour telling me everything that's coming into South Texas. Can I just get you to answer, would it be a good idea for any federal government that's listening today that maybe South Texas may be looked at?
And let me say, Chairman Hunter,
The answer is yes or no?
Yes, it is. Yes, it'd be a good idea. Chairman Hunter, I'm going to get you the specific list. Now, what we listed there were the most common placements. There are, for example, there is a contract in Nueces County for some of these services. It's a very, very small number. And so how many go to any individual city or county is up to the federal government. There is a contract in Nueces County, and we'll get you the complete list for all.
All my point is not to force any county to do anything, but to keep you all looking that a lot of times South Texas, when we're brought into these issues, are not involved. And so from the state level, and I hope the federal that's listening, will just make sure that they involve the South Texas counties when they talk about South Texas.
Sure. Understood, sir. And again, I want to go back to that definition. That's why I made that distinction between trafficking and smuggling early on in the presentation. That's very important. So, thank you.
All right. Dr. Lakey,
Okay.
were you still going? Yeah.
Okay, if you'll turn to slide 9, I want to talk to you for just a minute again about the unaccompanied refugee minors. These are the folks who come here. They do have legal status. This is a contract that we have with HHSC. The Department of Family and Protective Services operates the URM program. This is to provide foster care and other services for federally designated URMs. You'll see in your slide there that about $6 million in federal funds to the 2 URM programs, one in Fort Worth, one in Houston, and these may serve up to 100 refugee-eligible children in fiscal year 2014. We can answer some more questions about that, but as Chairman Hunter pointed out, I want to get to the specific purpose, the charge of this committee, and I thank you for your indulgence as I tried to clear up some of these jurisdictional niceties as well as the definitions. But if you'll turn to page 10, I want to start with identifying human trafficking victims. It is frequently difficult. I'm not a law enforcement person, but we work with them closely in how you identify these people. Certain things are worth noting amongst these populations. They're physically or psychologically controlled by their traffickers. No mystery there. Often trained to tell lies and false stories about their situation. These traffickers move their victims from place to place. If that's a possibility, that could serve as a clue for somebody who hops around from place to place, being moved as a minor or even as an adult, could be a victim of trafficking. They frequently don't see themselves as victims, and they distrust the providers and law enforcement, which is it's a strange thing for most of us to understand, but they've been psychologically beaten up into this way of life, this criminal bondage to which they've been given. Signs of trafficking, they do branding tattoos, such as with Daddy, or they'll put barcode designs, they'll tattoo these people. Some do frequently when the sex trafficking, that is most often done, I think, with the young women. They'll get gifts from unknown sources, large amounts of cash on hand, things that don't seem to add up for any particular individual. Have new or prepaid cell phones, bald spots, rotting teeth, general poor physical health, and then of course burns, cuts, lacerations, carvings from bruisings or beatings, and a history of pregnancy or current pregnancy itself. Those are all soft signs. Any one thing doesn't point to someone being a victim of trafficking, but when you start to add up several with a story that just doesn't make sense, it provides quite a challenge for law enforcement to first find them, and then for us to help get them the services that they need. On page 11, without getting too graphic, we provided just a couple of the visuals of these branding tattoos. One with a young girl that's got Daddy's Girl tattoo on her torso by her hip, and then one that has the name Richie tattooed to the inside of her mouth. That's the name of her pimp. These are disgusting, and I promise you there are plenty of other way more disgusting things that we could show, but I wanted to personalize it for you, just see how these folks are seen as slaves, as chattel, as the property of someone who instigated their being forced into forced labor or prostitution. House Bill 7, looking at page 12, House Bill 2725 directed us to adopt minimum standards for these general residential operations that provide comprehensive residential services to the victims of trafficking. Now that was from the 83rd regular session. These rules that we were directed to come up with will be going to the Department of Family and Protective Services Council. They were sent last week, and we'll have those ratified before too very long. Took a year. I want you to know it took a year because of the intense participation from the Attorney General's office, from advocacy groups and others, domestic violence groups, human trafficking non-governmental organizations such as Traffic 911, provider groups, CPS. We had a lot of folks at the table putting in a lot of long hours to come up with these rules. It wasn't from any instance of lollygagging, but we needed all the input, all hands on deck that we could get to come up with rules for these organizations, and we should have those effective on December 1st. Gone through council, the paperwork will follow, the layout, and should be implemented on 12/1. Other piece of legislation, House Bill 1272.
Commissioner, I think Senator Van de Putte has a question. Excuse me.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Dr. Janet. Really have enjoyed working with Chairman Thompson on both the bills that you're about to talk about, House Bill 2725 and House Bill 1272. First of all, I want to thank you in working with all of our faith-based groups. And for the longest time, members, we didn't have any shelters. It was our faith-based groups. It was Broken Arrow Ministries out of kind of East Texas. It's all of our faith-based groups that really would find a place for these survivors. I know that they had contacted our office and they were worried. They had always taken in, mainly these girls. For the most part, these girls are domestic victims of human trafficking. So they are U.S. citizens, either Texans or coming from other states. What they were worried about was they had always taken care of, and yes, we wanted a minimum standard, but I want to thank you for taking in their input. What they were really worried about is that so many of their volunteers, and they're mainly people from their churches that come, and the requirement for training for the caregivers and the definition of what was going to be a caregiver and a volunteer versus someone who's paid on staff. And so I want to thank you. I know that those rules were tough, but members, there's a big difference from the folks that come to volunteer and those that are paid staff, and yet the standards apply to both. I also want to thank you for the confidentiality portions. We treat these shelters as we would those for domestic violence shelters. They are not publicized, their addresses aren't, and yet we know that the traffickers will come back to try to get the girls. It was a very important part. But what I'm still concerned about is with the additional medical and mental health requirements that are going to be in the rules for 2725, part of it was maybe helping us identify, because for some of those that have the refugee status, they hear their legal status, that's not what we're seeing mainly for these shelters or these residential operations. What we're seeing is domestic. And yet we were supposed to identify some possible medical or mental health requirements. One of them was these are domestic teenagers. There was a requirement that they had to live in one location for 6 months before they were eligible for Medicaid. When they're being trafficked, they're not in any one area for more than 6 weeks. So remember, these girls who are U.S. citizens, for the most part, couldn't even qualify for the health services because we had those rigid requirements that you have to be living in one place for a certain amount to be eligible. Were you able to waive those requirements to get additional medical or mental health services to these victims or survivors that are in mainly our faith-based residential treatment centers? So a couple of questions. How did you differentiate between those that were volunteers and those that were paid staff? And then the mental health services when sometimes our own Medicaid system. And maybe there's someone else, and I'm sorry to bring it down to this detail, but this is where we are. This is a task force that's been operating for several years. Thank you, Chairman Hunter, on this. But this bill was specifically for that issue.
Yeah. Don't apologize. I'm testifying. I need to be ready for that. Judge Specia, I'm sure, would have the answer in a heartbeat. But as I mentioned, he's in Austin with another committee. Let me get that answer to you on the Medicaid side. Certainly, that is the intent, is to be able to get, that should be no artificial holdup on these people, these kids, girls primarily, getting the help that they need and the services they need through the Medicaid program. Let me get you an answer on that more definitively before the end of the day. We'll get it to your office.
And I know Judge Specia has worked on it, but what happens when our own state rules prohibit those from getting the health services, then it falls on our faith-based institute, and most of these shelters are faith-based institutions, and what they're telling our office is that it's difficult because these girls do have health problems, and they're relying on providers, and we'll tell them, wait a minute, they're going to get services, you're going to get reimbursed, and it's very difficult to get them the health, and particularly the mental health services that they need. If you really would, that was the emphasis primarily on a lot of what Chairman Thompson and I worked on 2725.
I'll get you a status update on that very quickly. And I appreciate the thanks. Thanks do not belong to me. They go to Commissioner Specia and his team over there. I should have mentioned at the outset that the chair of DFPS Council, Tina Martin, has joined us today, and she's been a terrific leader on DFPS Council. We're grateful for her input, particularly with a South Texas flavor to that. So. Looking at page 13 on the Human Trafficking Task Force, House Bill 1272 strengthened what it was the already existing Human Trafficking Task Force by directing the task force to develop the standardized training for HHSC and DFPS and the education and medical professionals. Getting the services in that comprehensive approach so that all the providers, the education folks, the doctors and nurses and everyone else understand what needs to happen here has been terrific. I would tell you that even before we were able to accomplish this, that DSHS had its own human trafficking initiative that was done as a pilot program in the Panhandle, South Plains, up in DSHS region 1, and so they had already taken the initiative of doing this similar program up there, and it's been terrific to have that, particularly as a model as we go forward on these things. So Dr. Lakey and his team had already confronted that issue and gotten things going up in at least one region, and then now we make it dovetail with what takes place in the rest of the state.
Senator Van Pugh.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So sorry, but this is another one of our bills that we worked on with Chairman Thompson. Part of House Bill 1272 mandated that we had the task force, the TEA and Health and Human Services and DFPS to develop a curriculum that would help educators, health professionals, and personnel how to identify those. There was 2 sets of curriculum. One set of curriculum was geared toward educators, teachers in the classroom, administrators, folks who work with children in an educational setting. The other curriculum, as I understand it, is geared toward healthcare professionals, nurses, emergency medical personnel, people who work in minor emergency clinics, the ERs, where we know that because of the physical symptoms of our human trafficking victim, these these teenagers, and most of them are teenagers, can present themselves. Was with the task force in Austin a few weeks ago, where the educational component has been published, and that will all be in our public schools, not mandated, but given to those administrators and to school districts if they want to do this sort of training. Where are we on the healthcare portion for those medical professionals? That was one of the things that we identified through the task force last legislative session that we needed to get done. And so I know the educational piece is already done and will be available. Where is the healthcare portion of it?
I'm getting a little frustrated with myself saying I'm going to get you the answer later today. I'm going to get you the answer right now. I'm going to bring somebody up with the chair's,
Feel free to.
chair's permission. Let's do that.
Thank you, and sorry members and stuff, but this was part of the work that we did from the task force from last year, and it was our recommendations, and we want to make sure that they're implementing the good work that we did in the 83rd legislative session. I know the education piece has been completed.
That is why I travel with knowledgeable people, Senator. So.
Thank you.
Just introduce yourself, thank you.
Yes, my name is Angela Goodwin. I'm the Director of Investigations for DFPS Child Protective Services, and I had the opportunity to testify in front of you for the first human trafficking hearing. And so yes, 1272 ordered the task force to come up with a curriculum for, as you said, Senator, educators, medical professionals, and DFPS. And we are members of the task force. What the task force has done, which is hosted and sponsored by the Attorney General's office, is to split those into subgroups. So they had, as you know, so they had a subgroup for the education, subgroup for child welfare, and a subgroup for medical. So as you noted, the education group has already presented their manual. They're working on their curriculum and their training. They're in the final stages of getting their PowerPoint ready for that. For the DFBS portion of it, we have been working with a task force, and they have had a lot of input. Children at Risk from Houston is the lead of that subgroup. They've been working with us. We have a computer-based training that's going to go out to all of our staff across the entire state September 1. That's our first step. We're also working with the University of Texas. They have applied for a grant from Administration of Children and Families for $1.5 million, specific purpose to help train child welfare workers. So not only are we going to roll out a computer-based training, but we're going to do intensive training as the years come by. We're also committed, whether or not UT successfully gets that grant, that is something that we're committed to doing anyways, getting that training done. With regard to the medical portion of it, the leader of that subgroup is Maria Trujillo with Houston Rescue and Restore, which I think now has another name. We're also, on a side note, we're also working with Department of State Health Services and Department of Public Safety. We meet regularly to talk about these issues. As we're talking about it, we want to make sure that we're not duplicating efforts with the task force, so we are actually in the process of combining our efforts with the task force that's working on the medical training and what we have going on separately, which is meetings between Department of Public Safety, Child Protective Services, Department of State Health Services, and then the good work that's already going on in Region 1 to combine all of that. So where we are right now is making sure that we're pulling in all of these folks that are working on the same thing, which is training medical professionals to get that up and running. So I would say from what you've probably observed, the education one is almost done, completed. I would say the DFPS one is probably right behind it, and then third would be the medical one. But I want to assure the committee that it is something that is being worked on.
Can you give us the timeline for the release of the curriculum and that sort of guidelines for the medical profession? What is your timeline on that? I mean, we heard from victims before this task force met last session. Right. And this young woman just cried out and she said, if anybody had ever asked me, or if they had taken off my blouse, they would have seen all the bruises. And her trafficker was in the room with her. She couldn't speak out.
Certainly.
And so it was a clear indication from those survivors themselves that we had testimony or a simple question for a minor that's in an emergency care clinic that comes in with some bruises, and just the question, sweetie, who brought you here today? And if they look down and they won't make eye contact with the healthcare professional, look down and say, my uncle, go out into the waiting room and look. So that was a real outcry from the last one. And I want to know your timeline on this. I'm very excited about the education, but this committee heard a lot of testimony, this task force during the last, when is your timeline for the medical professional curriculum?
And I agree the medical professional curriculum is extremely necessary. I know from the cases that I've prosecuted on this, the young ladies who went to the doctors over and over and over again for sexually transmitted issues and the bruises and the tattoos, they're all red flags. It's so very important. I know I can only give you the timeline along this line. I can tell you where we are with the DFPS one, and then I know the medical's right behind it. So with the DFPS one, our statewide intake is starting their training August 1st, because we have a new indicator in our computer system where we can now track cases coming in. That's new. We've been asked in the past, how many trafficking cases are you seeing? And we haven't been able to track that yet. So we now have that going in August 1st. Our statewide intake's already working this summer on it, and they're expected to roll that out August 1st. Like I said, with the rest of our agency is going to be September 1st. So right behind that is going to be medical. I don't have a hard date or time for you. I mean, my hope and goal would be before the end of this calendar year, absolutely. But I apologize, I don't have a date certain for you for the medical.
Thank you, and if you need help getting all those partners together, we had to make a couple of phone calls to TEA to get that working. I mean, with everything that we've given them, that wasn't a high priority. So whatever partners that you need to get this done, but we passed that piece of legislation fully intending for it to be implemented before we got into the 84th legislative session.
Yes, and I know there's pockets of training going on. I attended the Prevent Child Abuse Texas training in San Antonio this year. There was a doctor there who gave a wonderful presentation on to train other medical professionals on detecting signs of trafficking in your clientele. And like we're saying, the goal is to take these pockets that we have all over, we have a pocket in Amarillo, we've got really good work in San Antonio, and take all these pockets, roll them together, and make the best training we can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Oh, and I'd like to recognize that Senator Lucio has joined us. Thank you very much for joining us. It's great to see you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Would you like to make a comment? I think.
If I
Yeah.
could.
Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you very kindly. Members, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here. Unfortunately, I had some previous engagements earlier this morning. I couldn't be here earlier, but I certainly appreciate the opportunity to get together with all my colleagues and stakeholders on this most important issue and be a part of the Joint Interim Committee to study human trafficking. Obviously, it's an issue that we have been, doctors have taken up over the last few years in the legislature. It's become one of the most important issues. But I'm very thankful that the co-chairs of this committee, Senator Joan Hubman and Representative Sempronia Thompson, my neighbor at the Capitol, decided to bring this most important Joint Interim Committee to the Valley. It is an honor to have you with us. Not only does our community welcome you here today, our community thanks you for making the long journey from your respective home districts in order to give this subject the level of specialized attention it deserves. As Colonel Steve McGraw, Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety, testified to this committee on May 15th of this year, Hidalgo County is the center of gravity for human trafficking in the nation right now. That statement was shocking to me and to others, obviously, to hear. And what was equally as alarming was the reality of the challenges that Judge John Spieshaw testified while we're confronting his agency, the Texas Department of Family and Protective Services. I am very concerned about what is happening here, as you are. I have always maintained that our border counties are an integral part of Texas, and what happens here impacts other regions of our state. When I heard Colonel McGraw inform Representative Longoria in May that the majority of the people who are being trafficked in Houston are coming through Hidalgo County and to a lesser extent other neighboring counties, the importance of this committee automatically elevated 300% in my mind. Not only must the legislature be concerned about different ways to combat human trafficking, it should also be concerned about identifying and providing services to the victims of this crime. I agree with Judge Spiegel and with Colonel McGraw in that human trafficking is a serious problem in our state. It is the most evil of crimes that can happen to anyone. It robs children of their innocence and leaves long, devastating mental and physical scars in their being. Judge Spiegel informed this body that there was a great need to have specialized residential services with intensive training, treatment, and security for these innocent victims. I was surprised to hear that there were very few shelters nationally for trafficking victims and that there were only a dozen or so that focused specifically on this population. Just as Texas is the role model for the rest of the nation with DPS's interdiction to the Protection of Children program, IPC, to train patrol officers on the detection, interdiction, and rescue of child victims of sex trafficking and exploitation, I hope that we can also lead the nation with the manner in which we house, treat, and assist trafficking victims. If Hidalgo County is the center of gravity for human trafficking in the nation, then the challenge for our state is how can we lead the nation in combating this evil crime and helping its victims? Having only a dozen shelters across the United States that focuses specifically on this vulnerable population is nothing that America should be proud of. In closing, I look forward to the recommendations and pieces of legislation that this great body will be developing, and I join Colonel McGraw in his belief that the citizens of Texas have great compassion for human trafficking victims and great disdain for those who prey upon them. May God bless you as you handle one of the most difficult and devastating problems that has confronted our state. Madam Chair and members, I apologize for my tardiness. I appreciate the work that this committee will be doing, and with no doubt feel in my heart that it's going to be one of the most important issues we take up next legislative session in January. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you, Senator Lucio. Like to proceed?
Madam Chair, I'm about to wrap up, but just let me say on the final note, the challenges with those influx of illegal border crossings, we've been asked, as I made clear earlier in my presentation, we've asked the federal government to let us have more visibility would be the term for us to see what's going on in the different shelters. If the CDC doesn't necessarily screen, they'll screen for contagious infectious diseases, but not necessarily for victims of trafficking, sex trafficking, and others. We've asked that, to the extent allowable, if CDC is able to go along and lay eyes on in the shelters, that even if it's on federal Air Force base, that we be allowed to accompany so that we can look for these kinds of things. I know I've spent a lot of time with you today so far talking about the bureaucracy and the processes and definitions and that sort of thing. I'll wrap it up on this note. Doesn't matter to us if she was from Texas, Soviet Union, anywhere, we don't care. Domestic or international, we play a part helping to identify victims of trafficking, forced labor for sexual purposes or for forced labor. It's our responsibility. A piece of the responsibility lies with us. We take it very seriously. You've given us the tools, you've given us the money, and we need to do an always better job at helping to identify these folks and then provide the services that they need. We're grateful for the trust that you place in us. Happy to answer.
Thank you, Commissioner. Senator Patrick?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner, just a couple of follow-up questions, something you said earlier. that caught my attention about children coming over the border with someone that says they're a parent or a relative or a guardian. I know that in CPS, before we take a child from a family and place them in foster care as a state, and we don't always get it right, but we make a best effort to do a background check on those families to make sure a child is not going from potentially one dangerous situation to a worse situation or a similar situation. So here's my question. I want to understand this clearly and separate the state oversight, the federal oversight, not looking to blame the federal government or the state government, but I really want to understand how we can take an action item to try to prevent your concern. So here's my question. When these children are leaving the detention center, going out somewhere to another holding center or going to an alleged family member, do we really know who they're going to? And could we, by a lack of oversight, and I think it's more on the federal level, but by a lack of oversight, actually being facilitators of moving these children into sex trafficking and abusive places?
Senator, to answer your question very directly, no, we do not know. We know where someone may be at one point, particularly if they're in a shelter that's licensed by DFPS. We very specifically asked I have asked the Secretary of Homeland Security to please let us know man, woman, or child, name, and a destination, primarily because of disease outbreak, but I'm very concerned on a follow-up for those kiddos. Somebody shows up and they've got kids with them and they say, we are a family, but we don't have any documentation. They don't have passports that have names, none of those security things that we take for granted when you go to get a passport for your kids, for example. And so we would very much like to know name and destination so that we could follow up, maybe for disease outbreak surveillance, or whether it's for just understanding that in fact was a kid who then, as soon as they got across the border, wasn't sold to somebody else and now cannot be found. We'd very much like to know that. And many states are asking for the cooperation of the federal government in that regard. We're in the early stages of some sort of a response. But
are we getting a response from the federal government on this issue?
So far, Senator, I mean, I had a very nice conversation with the Secretary of Homeland Security when he came to McAllen a couple of weeks back, and they understand our concerns. And so far, it's been swapping emails with folks and understanding.
But are we getting? I don't mean to interrupt, but are we seeing action from the federal government to do everything they can to protect children coming here from falling in the hands of sex traffickers somewhere in Texas or another state?
Yeah. I want to answer very carefully. They may be doing lots. We just don't know what it is.
So we in Texas and here in the Rio Grande Valley, as my friend Senator Lucio said, the epicenter of where these children come through, or many of these children come through, the federal government is not giving us information of how to better protect these children. Is that your testimony?
It is that I don't know where these kids are, where they're going. I don't know.
Sounds like we're not getting any information from the federal government. Secondly,
I don't think that's his answer, Senator Patrick. I think his answer is that the federal government may be giving a lot of help and information, but he is not aware.
Well, my question, Madam Chair, was...
And it's not saying that he doesn't know. He is not in a position for all that information to be given to him because he's an agency assigned a task with a certain thing. I'm not trying to take up for the federal government. I'm trying to make sure the record is clear.
And I'm not trying to blame the federal government.
And I asked that question that you were asking earlier before you arrived. I asked that, and he was going to be kind enough to answer it later.
Yeah.
Because I was concerned who does the screening of these children so that we would be able to determine whether or not they were actually going to a family member. Is it the state's responsibility? Does it fall within the ambit of of CPS? Or does it fall within the ambit of the federal government? And I think that's what I've been trying to get clear on. Who has that responsibility?
You and I have the same concern, so let me rephrase the question. Is the federal government giving the state of Texas the adequate information that you desire to know where these children are going and what may be happening to them?
No, sir, because I think their kids are still in their jurisdiction at that.
Okay, so we're not getting the information. I don't want to speak for you, but that's your testimony.
I will say this, Senator.
It's not his testimony.
We also,
And I'm being argumentative in this sense. You said that you did not know what the responsibility was because you are tasked with a certain thing. Your task is to provide certain kinds of service and to work with Homeland Security. And they have a gamut of things in which they are assigned to do. So you are not assigned to determine whether or not that they are performing those tasks. Are you, Dr. Grande?
well, I would say that we do have certain tasks to perform, but
Yes.
if a kid's here with somebody and they said that's my parents and suddenly the kids are gone, the parents are gone, we would very much like to know, just even to the extent that they're staying in Texas. And that question was asked specifically, are you asking for every name and every destination for someone who comes through the border illegally? And the answer is no. I would at least like to know what's going on in our state. So,
But what I'm concerned about, are you tasked with determining whether or not that those kids are actually going to a family member?
I am not.
And who is that responsibility?
That is the
tasked to?
Department of Health and Human Services. They're involved with the relocation through their ORR program.
Is it U.S. or state?
United States
United
Department of
States.
Health and Human Services.
And do you know whether or not that they are performing that task?
I don't, and that's one of the reasons. Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
Well, I don't, and that's one of the things. Maybe it's just for the sake of completeness, we would say that these kids came across. If they're here in Texas, again, I need to know if they're here as victims of sex trafficking. Where are they? Do we need to follow up to make sure? In many instances, that path is clear and it's okay. You know where they are. But for those that come over and we don't know their names, they're not given the ORR designated legal status. We just want to know that there's some follow-up with them, so we don't let any fall through.
Mr. Commissioner, and again, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
We agree, we want to get to the bottom of how we can help these children. And it's hard to get to the bottom of how to help these children from being prevented to go into a sex trafficking ring or an abusive situation if we don't have the information. Do you believe at the detention center, I've been there, you have been there many times, do you believe that when the children are being screened, are they being screened for tattoos on their lips, tattoos on their bodies before we release them? Do you know that?
The screening that takes place in Border Patrol, and I've been there and I've walked through it, it is very minimal. EMTs, more of a cursory exam. The full exams really take place once the child is sent to the ORR facility, and then there's a more comprehensive evaluation that takes place. But in the Border Patrol station, the evaluation really is very minimal. Weeding out who is really sick right now that needs to have immediate attention and not looking at other type of issues.
Is it true, Dr. Lakey, that some of the children under this minimal check at the border station are released before going to another center where there's a further check? In other words, some of these children are going to other centers and some are not. So is it your testimony? I'm just trying to understand this so we can try to solve the problem the best of our ability, because as Senator Lucio said, this is evil, and we need to do everything we can to prevent this evil to these children. So are these children who are getting minimal screening, are some of those just going off to somewhere in Texas or America?
So my concern in this system is not necessarily the unaccompanied children, because they get sent to the ORR facility and screening. My concern and what we've been pushing on are the family units.
Correct.
Because they are discharged directly from the Border Patrol station to basically McAllen in the bus station. Now, Catholic Charities has done a tremendous job there doing screening. There's volunteer physicians there. But there's no mandatory type screening that takes place.
So it's possible, and when I was here last week, I went to the bus station because I had been informed we don't have ICE at the bus station on a regular basis. We don't have security at the bus station. Some of these people and family units are going to the bus station. Sometimes private cars come and pick them up. as opposed to getting on a bus. And it does seem, when we have Commander Director McCrawl up, that I want to ask about security at the bus station to make sure if we are putting these families on a bus, they're getting on a bus and going where they said they were going, as opposed to potentially being picked up by a sex trafficker in an automobile. So my concern is your concern with these families is expressed by the commissioner. We don't know who they are. So what you're saying is there is minimal screening for some of these family units to move on. And it would seem to me that we should ask the federal government, at a minimum, to check these children for these markings and tattoos the first time that we have them, because it may be the only time that we have a chance to prevent this. It seems to me a reasonable request.
So we have had a request to the federal agencies that if someone is discharged directly from a federal agency, that a full evaluation be taken place before that person has been discharged. And we continue to push on that issue. That has not been solved yet.
That has not been solved, so it's not, you don't know if it's taking place or not taking place, but
that type of comprehensive evaluation is not taking place at Border Patrol at this time in Texas.
Well, thank you, and thank you, Madam Chair, for your for my opportunity to speak. It's just obvious to me that we need to try and prevent these children from going into sex trafficking elsewhere, and we do have at least one opportunity. One, either they surrender or they are apprehended and they're in that detention center. At least we have one opportunity to maybe save their life and save them from this, and we need to take advantage of that opportunity would be my thinking. My questions are over, but please go ahead if you have a comment.
Senator, one last comment on that. When I was at the McAllen station a couple of weeks ago, we did talk about the screening and what takes place. And we said, if there are folks with medical conditions and you need the resources, and if it's allowed, we'll try and get resources onto federal property and assist with that. The answer from the head of the Border Patrol station there was that they've been a little bit overwhelmed using EMTs, but that they have contracts that were out in place and about to get going for a more advanced level of care. And I hold great hope that they can elevate that to, nurse practitioners and paramedics and others, that screening will take place, not just for that physical affliction and infectious disease that may be there, but in fact for these other things. And that goes back to the bill authored by Chair Thompson and sponsored in the Senate by Senator Vanderpute, which said, okay, that's all great, but you got to make sure that law enforcement and education folks and medical folks know what to look for. So I think they are stepping it up at the Border Patrol.
And that would include
station.
looking for the tattoos and the marking?
I would, again, that goes back to the training. You're right, Senator. That goes back to the training of that person that knows what to look for. And that's a cooperation between the law enforcement groups and the medical providers that are on base there. Last word, and I promise I'll shut up, Madam Chair. I was struck when I came down here, that level of participation between Dr. Lakey's team and the local folks, the public health director in where's Mr. Oliveris, in McAllen, as well as that cooperation between state troopers and the constable's office and the sheriff's office and Customs and Border Patrol, Border Protection folks. It is heartening for me as a citizen to go and watch these law enforcement professionals who are not being territorial. They know each other, they joke with each other, give each other a hard time, and they get after the business of protecting all of us. And so I was very heartened when I toured down there just to see that they don't get very territorial amongst the law enforcement folks. Now let's see if we can keep the other bureaucracies, mine and the federal bureaucracies, from being territorial. Let's all cooperate together.
Thank you. And Madam Chair, and Madam Chair Thompson, and I would be happy to send a letter with you today to the White House or to Health and Human Services and ask for them to screen these children for these tattoos at the border. Whatever I can do to help and assist that we see this action taken, I'm happy to do that.
And I think it's important that I, just a second, I just want to point out that we did, I know many of you would have questions you'd like to ask some of the federal officials, so we tried hard. We tried to get some federal people here. We invited the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Immigration and Customs, ORR, all declined to participate in our hearing. So I do want you to know that I did try to get people here to answer some questions, but they did not cooperate. We did receive a letter, or kind of I'll call it a fact sheet, that was received today, and it does have some interesting facts that I think are relevant. One of the reasons they say children come, they were brought into the United States by human traffickers. They talk about the growth in number, that are there. So far in 2014, there have been 90,000 that have come in, and it's expected to exceed 2014 for the year 2015. They also state that 25% are age 13 or younger, which I think is pretty shocking. And also they state that 85% are reunified with the family sponsors. One more question for you, Dr. Janik. The ones that are reunified then, and they leave, they're brought to the bus station, the ones that end up in Texas, those kids, they are under your jurisdiction. They're not in a federal shelter, right? So if they're abused or neglected in the home or trafficked, their law enforcement here will have to prosecute those crimes, and your agency and your department would have to investigate abuse, neglect, right? So there are actually a large number of kids that are under your jurisdiction. I think that sort of argues for why it's very important for you to have information about where these kids are going. Am I reading that wrong, or am I correct in that assessment?
No, you're right. Once they are released from the care and custody of DHHS,
which are 85% of them, according to the feds.
And they're now living in a community someplace. If they're a victim of abuse or neglect, that it does fall to us to investigate those things.
All right.
Once they leave that federal care and custody. We're grateful for the time y'all allowed us today. I know I've got some questions for Chairman Hunter, for Representative Alonzo, and Senator Van de Putte, and happy to answer more, but we're going to get you some answers that I was unable to provide you.
I think Representative Hunter has another question.
Good. Maybe you can give me some more answers. Page 14. Now, DSHS is you, correct? That's you. It says DSHS has developed a domestic human trafficking initiative in Region 1. Region 1 is the Panhandle. And would you define South Plains?
That'd be the region under the Panhandle, so that part, northern part of the state of Texas.
All right, so we got an initiative. Now, is there any other initiative, or are we only in the Panhandle and the group below it?
We started this out. It was a homegrown initiative to look at how we could coordinate care. There looks like there's value from that, and so we're looking at how we can then spread that out in other parts of the state.
So take the theme that South Texas would like a little help down here from you. Comment. Right now in human trafficking, there is a rise in internet solicitation and communication in the state of Texas. We're having problems because of the law and trying to get subpoenas to get this information from people who are blatant on the internet. So from your agency standpoint, I know you're not in the criminal side, but I'd like you to keep this committee up to date on any information that you see that impacts internet solicitation, communication. If you see that, I'd like that information provided to our two co-chairs. The other thing is, I'd like you to keep this committee up to date on data between now and the end of the year on human trafficking, prostitution, slavery of children, whether it's on the rise in Texas, is it stabilizing out? But from your standpoint, from your agency, if you would keep us up to date on that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
We will, Chairman Hunter, let me just say that what Dr. Lakey and his team have done up in Region 1 fits nicely with what we were directed to do with House Bills 2575 and 1272. They just took the initiative quickly and did it in one region, and that is, strange though it may sound to some, you think about what takes place with folks coming across the border, but that is a major corridor for these kinds of things. I'll defer to our law enforcement colleagues to talk about that, but that area up there is a major corridor for moving many of these folks that are victims of.
Well, I think we have it across the state of Texas, but as Senator Lucio said, that when Hidalgo was a major source for Houston, I just want you to know, let's take a look at South Texas and make sure we don't forget South Texas.
Understood.
Thank you. Anyone else? Representative Alonso?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chairman. Gentlemen, I want to thank you for answering our questions, specifically mine, because I think it's part of our responsibility to get the correct information. It's really important. First, I really appreciate your spirit about we're here for the children. We hear a lot of people making a lot of comments. Well, we're here under the law. It's going to take care of the children, as you said, which is true under the laws that we have. In addition, I say why it's important to provide the correct information. That, for example, my line of questions on diseases, right? Because I remember when I was a kid, because I was a kid once, that we learned this deal that, sticks and stones can break your bones, but words will never hurt you. Well, it's not true. Words are very powerful. So these people saying that they say that diseases, well, this is not they. This is you gentlemen that are involved in providing information regarding this. So counter the days out there saying these things. What does Health and Human Services say? What does Department of State Health Services say regarding these issues and others? But more important, the correct information. If it's 57,000, what is it? But we provide the correct, and I appreciate that you folks do that, because I feel that my responsibility as a legislator, sitting here, but also, taking the lead in making sure we do that. As you know, through the years, we had some budget crunches, and we've had to make decisions, but at the same time, we still are going to take care of Texans, and especially kids that are in the state of Texas.
Thank you.
No, thank you, sir. I think we take this very seriously, and we've been working very closely with the federal agencies trying to drive improvements in how the system is working. It is a federal response in the state of Texas, and so sometimes they have the data and we're trying to get it secondhand, but we're pushing hard to get that information. We've pushed pretty hard on the federal agencies related to the conditions within Border Patrol, because we've had inspectors that have gone into those facilities and we had significant concerns, and we've gone back and those conditions have improved. We continue to monitor from an infectious disease standpoint kind of what the true facts are. But again, trying to push the federal government to be able to get that information out there. And as there's issues, trying to raise that through the channels that have the authority to affect change in those issues. And so, again, there's things occurring behind the scenes. I'm on a phone call probably about 4 times a week with a federal official trying to get things changed or talking about what's going on and give them the feedback. But our staff are working pretty hard to try to improve that so that the kids that are here, regardless of the politics around it, how they got here, that we improve the safety for those kids and protect the population of Texas.
Madam Chairman, I hear this concern about getting information. I think, not that I know, but I think that part of the holdback is that we are state officials and the information is within the hands of federal officials. And I know we would all like to get that information to have the best information possible. But maybe it's a suggestion, because sometimes as I was listening, I came up with maybe a suggestion. Since they're not listening to us because we're state officials, that we ask our federal elected officials to ask the question. Because I know these gentlemen came here that we as state officials asked you, right, on a state issue. That maybe as a suggestion that whichever mechanism, way we want to do it, that we ask our federal officials to ask.
We did that too, so we tried that too. So.
And what did we get the information from our federal elected officials?
No. They tried to get us some information, but they couldn't get it. So.
Well, I would suggest losing the governor. I got a lot of faith in Rick Perry.
Oh, so do I.
I do. And when he wants to tackle something, he tackles it, and he accomplishes what he wants to get done. So I would, instead of joining to write a letter, I would prefer to join you in asking Governor Perry to make those contacts for us. He is the top
Sounds like a plan.
He is our leader at the very top, and I guarantee you, this is something that he would move on.
I will do that today, Madam Chair.
Good suggestion. I think we can all agree on that. Yeah.
I'm sure that Senator Patrick has somebody that he wants him to talk to. Pardon me? The president is not tasked with this. There are departments that are tasked with this, Senator Whitmer, and I would assume that the governor would talk to Dr. Janet and Dr. Leddy and be able to determine from them the persons that he need to contact in those agencies and get it done. He's one of the 50 most powerful persons in the United States. Rick Perry is one of the 50. He's one of the governors of he's the governor of the state of Texas. And I would ask him to do this.
Okay. I think we can get hold of it. All right. Is that it? Okay, great presentation. Thank you, gentlemen. We'll let you go on down the road and we'll... Okay. And Senator Hinojosa had to step out for a moment, but he will be back, we hope. And Director McGraw, you can come on up. Sorry. All right, you may proceed, sir.
Madam Chairs, honorable members of this committee, Stephen McCraw, Director of the Texas Department of Public Safety. Senator Lucio, who's not here at the right, but as he pointed out, I think that certainly the state of Texas and the state legislature has long led on this issue going back to 2003. And I know the chairwoman, both Senator Thompson and certainly Senator Huffman have been engaged in this. And I don't think there's been a member that hasn't been concerned about human trafficking. You know, clearly, it's not only a crime, it's evil, it's despicable. There's nothing more despicable than the trafficking and sex trafficking of children. It happens, there's no question about it. Every day, traffickers in Texas are enticing, they're deceiving, they're threatening, they're beating, or they're using the internet, Chairman Hunter, as you noted, or other means, and they're raping and forcing children and compelling them to prostitution. Labor trafficking is more difficult to detect than even sex trafficking. And what we've seen that exists primarily in our migrant communities, and that we've seen with Chinese coming across in this very sector here, 20 at a time, sometimes 15 at a time, paying anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000. They don't have $20,000 or $30,000. They basically sold themselves into indentured servitude. In the communities they go to, whether it's Houston or beyond, New York, San Francisco, that's where the labor trafficking that we've seen from a Texas standpoint and national standpoints. Its victims are not just illegal immigrants, but also legal immigrants. We talked about, I think it was astutely pointed out on trafficking, we talked about it, the domestic versus international aspect of it. Certainly to have a comprehensive understanding of human trafficking, you have to consider multiple offenses as not just human trafficking. You have to consider human smuggling. You have to consider sexual exploitation, prostitution, especially compelling prostitution, labor and human smuggling and other crimes, extortion, for example. I'll talk about that a little bit. From a Texas standpoint, we're looking at it right now, domestic versus international, for only the reasons in terms of how the crimes are committed. Domestic is considered the largest threat right now, and it really involves the missing and exploited children, and often the runaways, or recruitaways, because they've been recruited away from the families. And they thought they were being recruited for something. When they get there, they thought they had love, they thought they had a relationship, and what happens is what they got is a beating, they got raped, and they got compelled into prostitution. And it's horrific. Anybody that's investigated these crimes or prosecuted these crimes will change forever. It's just what people will do to other people is amazing and just despicable. We've been concerned in Texas. What we've seen is that we've seen the gangs have looked at this as a way to make profits. It's less risk, even less risk than drug trafficking. They've joked, okay, to themselves that, you know, hey, the cops were looking for my drugs, and my drugs are sitting right next to me. This young child that had been branded. And I think Dr. Janet pointed out, some children are branded, tattooed. Can you imagine branding a child? Branding a teenage girl, like it's your property? We've got instances where the barrio inspector has sold a child for $5,000, a young woman for $5,000. This is the type of activity that's going on. It's property. And as a result, because that demand is there for sex trafficking and for sex trafficking with children, they're producing it. And the gangs are involved in it. The Texas-based gangs are involved in it. You name it. Barrio Azteca, Tango Blast, Black Gangster Disciples, Bloods, Crips, MS-13, Serranos, and every gang that is already migrated into it. It's almost seen as a cool thing. They talked about as patrons, or talked about as pimps. It's glamorized in that regard. It should be anything but glamorized. And by the way, Johns, well, first and foremost is these young victims.
Dr. McCraw.
Yes, ma'am.
May I just ask
Yes,
you,
sir.
on your testimony, you were so gracious on May the 15th to give us some wonderful information, and you updated us on the various groups who are illegally operating and preying upon these particular people. What has been the new information that you've been able to derive since May the 15th that you will share with the committee?
I would share with you the international side. The international side, and I share it because of our ongoing investigations. One particular is that we know that young women were recruited from Mexico and Central America on the promise of a job as a nanny, domestic worker, or in a restaurant. They're recruited here, and when they got here, they're first debriefed, fully debriefed, which you kind of wonder what that's about until you understand how they operate. Then that same pattern, raped, beaten, forced and compelled into prostitution. This one investigation involved 10 individuals that operated out of Houston and in Dallas. And Houston was the center of gravity as it relates to the continued operations of this sex trafficking operation. And that was multi-state operation. And what they would do is that it would be the charge, they'd use the internet and also cards that they would hand out. The number and internet address can be contacted. And the price for a young woman was, for 15 minutes, was $40. If it's a child, younger than a minor, then the price goes up. It can go up to $100, it can go up to $500.
Younger than what now?
Younger than a minor, younger than 18 years old. The younger, the more profitable they are. They will charge them more for less time.
Was that either sex of the child?
Yes, ma'am. We did not run into any. It could be either sex. We did not, in this investigation, we did not encounter any young boys involved, okay, or young men exploited in this particular group. And their customer was strictly the migrant community is where they focused on, and the communities. It's $40 for 15 minutes, like I said. Also, they'd rotate everyone once a week. It doesn't matter if you're in Dallas or Atlanta, San Antonio, El Paso, everyone goes back to Houston after 1 week. It's a business model. It keeps the young girls disoriented, okay, of where they're at, and there was no excuse otherwise. They had to report back to Houston before they were sent to a different city. And it kept them from developing relationships also with Johns. One of many disturbing things that we saw with this is, for example, we ended up rescuing 13 girls. One of them was 21 years old, but she began when she was first preyed upon. She was 13 years old.
And what was the youngest of that group?
13 years. The youngest was 21 that we rescued, but she was 13 years old when they first preyed upon her.
She was trapped at 13.
Yes, ma'am. 13 years old.
Okay, let me ask you this question. Since we talked on May 15, 2014, have you seen an escalation in the demand side?
I can't determine the escalation demand, but there's an unending demand. I cannot tell you what percentage. I can't tell you if it's gone up. I just know that there's no question that there is a unending demand right now, and it's reflective in our investigations.
In addition to that, Colonel, have you noticed anything in this sex trafficking? Have there been, what about in the labor trafficking? Or are you lumping sex and labor trafficking together because the person both is laboring and performing sexual?
They're actually separate. We have yet to see a labor trafficking, sex trafficking investigation, whether working with the FBI or ICE or any federal authorities throughout the state. It's either one or the other. And most of the labor it's the hardest to detect, and it ends up in the migrant communities, and I use the communities that we have, not unlike throughout the country, is where they go to. And they pay off, and then they're supposed to pay off these smuggling fees, and it never ends, is the challenge. I can say that we don't have great visibility on the indentured servitude here in Texas or elsewhere for that matter. So our focus has been on the sex trafficking. And as I described before, we've got international versus domestic on that. And as a follow-up, we talked about the differences. What we found is on the international side, what they're doing is that debriefing, even when girls have escaped, okay, clearly they're absolutely, none of them want to be involved in the situation. And even when one escaped, she had to go back to the very people that were brutalizing her because they had debriefed her. They knew where her parents were. And as soon as she was gone, they called, in this case, down to Mexico and threatened her parents more than once. And they can send people by to threaten the parents individually or in person.
And Colonel, let me ask you this question. Last time you shared with us the DPS mobile application.
Yes, ma'am.
How is that working?
It'll be rolled out in August.
In August,
yes,
okay.
We went with both an Apple and a Droid version, so everyone would have access at the same time. So the first application on that, and the priority application, is human trafficking, one to detect, bring the public into it, and be able to detect indicators of it, and also immediately report.
Have you, with the influx of persons here on the border recently, have you encountered any increased human trafficking among those persons? Or have you been able to detect human trafficking involved in any of those persons through your investigation?
Well, we've talked about before the Rio Grande Valley being the center of gravity for drug and human smuggling and trafficking, because this is the go-point. Our investigations, that's where they were brought through, was the Rio Grande Valley. What we are seeing is the stash houses, and it's increasingly difficult to tell and discern the difference between smuggling and trafficking.
Yes.
And what I mean is that I can go back and say we've identified 72 stash houses, okay, with over 3,500 victims of extortion.
Which, for the record, would you tell us?
Yes, ma'am. Stash houses where Mexican cartels and operatives and smugglers, in the Rio Grande Valley, seek to get people across. From a human standpoint, they're moving them between the ports of entry, get them across 83, and what they want to do is get them into a location, a house, and they'll warehouse them, literally warehouse people. In some cases, maybe a 1,200 square foot home, and you cram 110 people into it. They're often mistreated, water, food, and not permitted to leave. And the business model now with stash houses with these organized groups is this, is that, yeah, you paid your smuggling fees to get across. Guess what? You're not done yet. You owe us more money. And you need to wire, you need to be calling your family, your relatives, or anybody else to be sending us money and wiring money here. So they're in effect in a kidnapped status. They cannot leave on their own. And we've had young women who've been sexually assaulted in these types of things. So it's a terrible, situation from a human trafficking standpoint. And I say trafficking because I know the federal designation, that's really smuggling. But when they start exploiting people like that, and treating them like a commodity, whatever you call it, it's wrong, but it certainly sounds like trafficking at that point, because the payoff is that you're not leaving until we have our money. And that's what we're seeing here. And one of our concerns are, in fact, we're looking at how can we degrade that capability from the cartels in this area. There's also drug stash houses. And drug stash houses bring a different problem in terms of home invasions and other things that the communities have to deal with. But the human stash houses, we found when we got our troopers surged down here, we've got the community members. I was with one of our troops on July 4th when a citizen came forward and said, hey, my parents left this house. The traffickers are cramming people, are using it as this human stash house in my neighborhood. And so we're looking at right now, frankly, from a grant, we're starting to work with the governor's office to see if we can also do something we've done with sex offenders in top 10 fugitives, is enlist the public, not just the public in terms of the honest citizen. They're going to come forward anyway and give us heads up when they see a stash house, but tap into the criminal element like we do for fugitives and say anonymous tips, and to provide, and we're looking at different numbers, but how much it would take to provide someone that can identify that stash house. Because unlike other investigations, these are really rescues. When you find a person like this, it's a rescue. And we found in our criminal enterprise investigations, we had to change our investigative tactics. We're used to looking, to get higher, to indict more, to convict more. Now we have to look at, we've got to rescue more. So
let me ask you something. In addition to some of the problems that we've been looking at, have you found any among the persons that's been coming here recently? There's been some allegations that there have been a lot of rapes among these individuals. There may have been some prejudices. And have your investigation turned up any evidence that would point to the accuracy of these allegations?
Well, candidly, I've had a conversation with an executive director of a 501c3 that's been contracted with to take care of these kids. And the information that I received is that there has been several young girls have been raped en route to the U.S. That there's going to require a lot of counseling and taking care of these children for a long time to come.
And Senator Van de Putte okay, Senator Van de Putte, you have a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you very much. Thank you, Director. And I am so glad that you made the differentiation between smuggling and trafficking. We know because of the good work that the legislature has done over the last 3 sessions that we've been consistently rated the state with the toughest laws with prosecution on human trafficking, giving our prosecutors the tool, giving law enforcement the type of tools. We really needed to focus on those survivors and the victims. But given the new dynamic of what you say is the international piece, because we really focused a lot on domestic, those U.S. citizens, those teenage foster care kids, runaways, we call those couch kids that get enticed into this way of life. But with the new dynamic of this international, at what point, and do our laws differentiate enough for us to respond adequately when a smuggling, which they may pay someone and come over willingly, then becomes a forced against their will? And the reason I ask this is that not only does it make a big difference in their international status with whether they get from the Office of International Refugee, but the prosecution-wise, and how do we have our laws in place that take that? Because what we had was human smuggling. What we had was strong human trafficking. And yet, what the dynamic that you are testifying to today is that there are many cases now where they were smuggled willingly, but then become trafficked unwillingly.
Yes, ma'am.
So if you would go back on that, that's what we need to work on for next legislative session.
Well, as you know, members of the state legislature know, you have been lead on this particular issue, is that we consider human trafficking involving the recruitment, harboring, we say transportation or procurement of a person for labor services for the purposes of involuntary servitude, slavery, or forced commercial sex acts. Well, if you read this, where does stash houses come into it? It's very close. It's, because it really is extortion. One could argue that's kidnapping, it's extortion. And really what happens right now is by default, is that the victims are turned back over to Border Patrol because they're here illegally. They're part of that smuggling / trafficking process. And the prosecution resorts to the federal government, if they choose to, those that were involved. So it becomes a Border Patrol or a federal case at that point in time. Frankly, because of the impact that they have on people, and because of Texas's disdain for trafficking of humans, I mean, the more we can do and go after these people and degrade their capacity, remove these individuals operating these stash houses, and have a deterrent. But my pay grade in terms of recommending any policy, obviously, but it certainly is a gap that they have right now.
And Senator,
Well,
I think that one of the next witnesses is going
We're
to
gonna
address,
look at
looking
that.
at his briefing materials. I think maybe he's
I
going to be
think
able
that
to talk
we need to do
about
that. My second question is, since in this international component, we are looking at folks that have paid some sort of a fee to be smuggled, and what I understand now, it's to the border, and then there, a lot of them want to be detained, but to the border, and they think that they're coming, but they do not realize that they are going to be trafficked. So my question is, I understand the tattoos that we have, but don't the tattoos occur after they're already forced into that light? I mean, looking for tattoos at the border, these are people who are coming from small little villages, and they think that they're coming here. Wouldn't it be useless to look at that? I mean, don't they then become branded when they're already in the United States and are a product that is being sold?
And branding is really a domestic side of it. That's more the gangs thing.
Okay.
The tattoos are important for one reason here is South American and gangs coming into Texas. MS-13, for example, they're tattooed up already, so it's important to look at them. So tattoos are important. Branding's important, but only as it relates to the transnational gangs that are coming into it.
Right, so looking for tattoos on children, they probably wouldn't have any at the time that they are detained at the border. That would occur after they are already, when they're smuggled here, but when they're trafficked and put into a stat house or afterwards, that's when the branding occurs. So
yes, ma'am.
If we're looking for tattoos on children, we're really not going to find any at the detention house.
And we haven't really had any international cases where they have been tattooed. Okay?
Thank you.
So even afterwards in the migrant communities, it's the domestic side, the gangs, of course.
Thank you. And my final question is, part of our report from the last legislative session really looks at the ability of the marketing tools used for the sex trafficking, which is on the internet. How has DPS worked with the Attorney General's office? I know that we've had quite a few sting operations with local sheriffs, local police office. Can you give us some examples of where your DPS office is working on the electronic side, the cybersecurity side, how they're actually doing the transactions? Can you give us examples of how y'all have beefed up that sort of transaction that's occurring on the internet, and what you're doing to work with the AG's office on that?
Well, the AG's office has had the lead on that, and frankly, what we're doing is complimenting and not competing with them on that. They're our lead. They've done a very good job in terms of exploiting the internet along those lines. We have computer examinations that we've been doing. We do that get involved in these investigations. And our focus has been on the criminal enterprises that are involved in mostly the recruitment and operations, sex trafficking operations has been where our focus has. But all of us have been doing it collectively. One thing about Texas, and I think was said earlier, is that we like getting along and to maximize the impact on this particular heinous crime. We did stand up the Texas Child Crimes Against Children Center in the Texas Ranger Division. We did for one reason, is that we're getting input across not just Texas and nation in terms of how these predators are operating, so we can better inform and teach our patrol officers and other patrol officers, what to look for. And I think you talked about looking at it from the public health standpoint. There's an opportunity to detect what's going on and immediately address it, and rescue these individuals and prosecute those individuals engaged in it.
I know we're going to hear from the sheriff early on, but I know that in major communities in Harris County and Bexar County, I know in the metroplexes, they are doing sting operations using the internet. Is DPS playing a backup role on that when those teams are only when asked, or are there any cases where we know this is also happening in rural areas, or where you're taking the lead?
Well, unfortunately, those are just too easy cases to make. I hate to say it, because there's so many predators out there. And so what we've done is focused our resources on the cases that aren't so easy to make, but yet have we'll call an impact on the organization itself, as opposed to the individual predators. And that's where we think that we complement locals and we complement our federal partners the best.
And will you have some solid recommendations for the task force on the enterprise of stash houses that may be different, that we had them before, that have a product there that was an illegal product? So when we refer to in the code as these stash houses, you find the drugs, but when they're commodity, is the vile crime of human trafficking, and they're humans, can you give us those recommendations on what we can put into code to address the stash houses that have human beings in them, rather than it's very easy to make the case when there's an illegal drug?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you very much.
And I want to thank the members of this committee and the state legislature for providing an enumerated offense for the use of wiretap as human trafficking. It's in that area the tool matters and has an impact, and it's already had an impact, so I want to thank you for your leadership in that area.
Thank you, Director McCraw. Thank you and all your troopers for everything that you're doing to really combat this vile crime. I don't have any other questions.
Okay, thank you. Representative Fletcher?
Members of the committee and ladies and gentlemen of this community, I want to say that and acknowledge the fact that there's been a lot of conversation about Harris County and the city of Houston, and we talked about some folks who didn't show up. And they didn't give me one; they were afraid I'd use it. I just wanted to say that, and I wanted to acknowledge the fact that the division commander and the captain of the Houston Police Department Vice Division, Charles Dunn, who's responsible for this in Houston, is here in the audience. And I know he's been working with the leader of our state law enforcement agency on this, and it's critical that the folks of this part of the state understand that we understand our role in Harris County and the city of Houston and what it means to the situation down here, that the leader of the command in the Houston Police Department is here today. So it's a serious issue, and one that Senator Patrick and I addressed back in our House district, and he's my senator, and we've talked to the local police agency there to deal with our leaders in the state law enforcement. So, Colonel, I know you have a relationship and have interacted with Houston Police Department on these stash houses, and so just wanted to acknowledge that so the folks here would know that when Harris County keeps coming up and the city of Houston and their role keeps coming up, the Houston Police Department saw fit to be here today. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for bringing that to our attention.
Madam Chair?
Yes. Representative Alonso?
No.
Yes, just a couple of quick questions.
Okay, quick.
Yes, thank you. With the issue we've been discussing in your presentation, do you feel you have sufficient resources for what you do to carry out your duties as it relates to these trafficking issues? And by resources, I mean people,
yes,
you know, and other institutions.
It's kind of a loaded question. I think I'm supposed to. But since you're asking it, I think we could use more resources to address.
You can guess why I'm asking that question.
Yes, sir. I think we do need more resources to address that particular issue.
And would these people or resources that you would need would be people that know what they're doing in your area, as opposed to, let's say, the National Guard to come and help you?
Yeah, it would be dedicated analytical, for example, investigative is vitally important. And those will be the areas that we can focus in as it relates to this. And the other aspect of it in terms of the stash houses that were talked about, that goes back to agents, being able to detect those things, working with the public to identify those things, and then doing, denial operations to be able to rescue people.
Thank you.
All right.
Madam Chair?
Representative Moody? Yeah.
Thank you very much. Colonel McCraw, thank you for being here today.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we've got it. I'm over on the far end here. Just a couple questions, and actually pivoting a little bit off of what Representative Alonso was talking about in terms of training, in terms of resources. I know that since 2010, there's been quite an uptick in the amount of training, both at DPS and grants available for local law enforcement in terms of human trafficking, specifically targeted towards sex trafficking, I think. And so to just drill down on not where we've come from since 2010, but maybe where we need to go in terms of are you satisfied with the training levels? Is the TCLOS, is there a specific TCLOS training regimen for this arena?
TCOL, I think, is now moving to include it into their curriculum. In fact, we did at the request of the International Association of Chiefs of Police. We had our Lieutenant Derek Bressridge and our Ranger involved in the development roll call video. That way, patrol officers nationwide can get it within a 30-minute span, so we can expand our capacity across the nation. And so that's we're working with the TCOL right now and their executive director to see how we can include that as requirement.
Okay, and then are we satisfied where the training levels are at now, or is there something that we can do? I know DPS is doing training within its own organization, but to spread that out to local law enforcement?
Yeah, local law enforcement is absolutely critical. I mean, it's every patrol officer. You know, sometimes when these young victims, their only chance for being rescued is an informed patrol officer given the information that he or she needs and them acting upon it when they have that opportunity. So the more the better. Right now, there's about 7,800 officers we train nationwide. And as far as I'm concerned, every patrol officer needs this type of training.
Okay. And then just the last question in regards to training. I know most of the training we're doing in Texas is geared towards sex trafficking.
Yes, sir.
In your opinion, your expertise, what can we do to cover the gap on labor trafficking in terms of training and getting that knowledge base out to both DPS and local law enforcement?
Yeah, I think certainly local law enforcement, more importantly, than DPS because of responding to, inside the city in terms of complaints and having an opportunity to witness it. But I think the secret to unlocking the type of information that we need is going to be the public, and twofold. The public just seeing something, understanding what those indicators are, reporting it, calling police, local police, reporting it, and also that when we talked about how we're addressing stash houses, there are certain individuals that are in that criminal element that know where they're at, know what's going on, and if we can identify that and have clues from these individuals, through anonymous tips, that's a force multiplier for law enforcement. So instead of just looking in a lot of different places, we can be focused right at that particular complaint.
Thank you very much.
Representative Guillaume, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you all for allowing me to sit in. I'm not a part of the committee, but it's been great to have the opportunity to sit in the committee. And it's been, for my colleagues, it's been...
I just want him to know he earned his right this morning to sit at the table and ask questions because he did a certain task.
Okay, duly noted.
Actually, it's been pretty cool being able to sit on the Senate side of the table. You can't even imagine how much my ego has grown in the last couple of hours that I've sat here. Can we scratch that from the record? And can we make sure it doesn't get to Zaffarini's ears, please? My senator. Anyway, let's move on here. I want to talk about the surge. What are we calling the surge?
Operation Strong Safety.
Strong Safety.
Yes,
when did we start that Operation Strong Safety?
June 23rd.
June 23rd?
Yes, sir.
What is the mission? What is the everyday goal, the everyday mission of the troopers that are a part of the surge?
To deter access to the cartels, transnational gangs, criminal aliens from entering between the ports of entry, and transnational crime in the communities.
Colonel McCraw.
Yes, ma'am.
My excellent colleague again. This is a meeting on, it's a House Select Committee meeting on human trafficking.
Yes.
And we're dealing with not the surge.
And
we want to answer all your questions. We really do. There's so much information, and we know Colonel McCraw is just full of it. Good information, and he can share with us. But this information that you're asking for now.
I understand, but okay. I'm getting there.
Well,
if you allow me to get there, I'm getting there.
I'm going to allow you to get there, but please.
All right.
Okay. Quickly.
How effective has the surge been, and can you talk about specifics? And to make the Madam Chair happy, will you give specifics about how successful the surge has been in addressing the mission as it pertains to the surge and to the charge of this committee?
Be human trafficking.
Right.
Well,
yes, sir.
In week 2, we saw a 25% reduction in the number of undocumented aliens crossing between the sectors and area of operation. Week 3, we saw another 18% decrease. In week 4, last week, we saw another 25% decrease, and we're now at the lowest levels that we've seen in a long time.
How of what you are of what you're doing, of what the surge is doing, how much of it is, how much of the effectiveness goes towards trafficking, and can you divide up the pie and tell me where you're spending your time?
Our time is, we're adopting what's axiomatic in law enforcement, is that we've identified certain hotspots, and those hotspots we've called in other areas clusters of crime. We're conducting saturation patrols, we're sustaining it, we're doing it in multi-agency environment, meaning local, state, and federal working together, and sustain patrol operations, to decrease the crime. And decrease the crime we're talking about is smuggling crime in between the ports of entry. And unlike other crimes, where it may be domestic violence or other things, and it could be crimes of passion, smuggling is about money. It's all about money. And the cartels fight and kill and butcher people south of the border to fight for these gateways into Texas. And that's what they've turned Texas into a transshipment center. That's why the Rio Grande Valley, has stash houses, home invasions, and high-speed pursuits and felony pursuits, and the things that they deal with is because the cartels operate in this particular area. The best way to hurt the cartels is to deny them the ability to operate and make money between those ports of entry. And that's what we're doing right now. And so you can sustain it collectively, and do it for a period of time to break it up. And our job is to simply, make the community safer in doing so, and Texas safer, and really the nation safer.
Thank you.
All right. Any other questions for? Yes, Representative Longoria.
Morning, Colonel.
Morning, sir.
Going back to the stash houses, are there any parts throughout the state where you see them more prevalent? I guess stash houses related to human trafficking issues.
The only place I've seen stash houses recently outside of the Rio Grande Valley has been Houston. It dates back to right before I provided congressional testimony when there was 110 illegal aliens in a 1,200 square foot home in Houston right the night before the testimony. So that's the only where right now where we're seeing the human stash houses is really Rio Grande Valley is where we've seen them at.
And Colonel, can you elaborate what you mean by Rio Grande Valley? I guess.
Yes, sir. It's Starr County all the way to Cameron County, and those counties, and sometimes even the adjacent counties like Brooks County up to 281. But really, it's the counties that are along the border. So Cameron, Hidalgo, Starr, or the areas of operation.
Now, a moment ago, Representative Moody, I guess, mentioned about working together with local law enforcement. Are you guys working hand in hand with the authorities down here in the Rio Grande Valley?
Yes, sir.
Is it just kind of working off of intel, possibly, I guess, piggybacking off of resources? What type of operations are you guys working on?
All of it, sort of. In fact, we had a weekly brief yesterday, and I know a couple of members here were at one of our intel briefs and operational briefs is that we, collectively, we know that the cartels are trying to exploit between the ports of entry. We know that 83, for example, or Boca Chica, Military or Old Mines Road is at demarcation. And the battle to secure it is not 72 miles up back. It's on the river, along it and above it. And so if we can just collectively get Border Patrol resources, local law enforcement, and state resources, saturating those areas on the ground, but on the river as well, and in the air, it forces the cartels to shut down their activities.
Now, I have another question. Maybe the prosecution unit may be able to answer, but maybe you can too. When you go in and they locate this house, that's a stash house.
Yes, sir.
At that point, let's just assume it's a local municipality with DPS operation, so it's state. Where do you guys keep it as a state issue, or do you guys hand it over to the feds for those individuals to get prosecuted under an alien smuggling statute?
Well, if it's drugs, we can flip a coin in terms of which we may keep it, we may not keep it based upon what's best from a prosecution standpoint, a seizure standpoint, or if it's connected to another ongoing investigation. Human stash houses, the way it operates right now, those are turned back over to CBP and ICE, which is now HSI, to be able to investigate those things. Primarily because, we don't have, they have the ability to process those individuals that are victims at that point in time, interview them, go through the federal system, and we do not.
So what you're telling us in the committee is that if you go into a stash house and there's individuals there that are possibly being trafficked, those individuals in that case is transferred over to Border Patrol and Homeland Security. So the state has no involvement in the prosecution of these individuals.
Yes, we can. If there's evidence that meets the criteria in engage in a state prosecution for smuggling.
All right.
And even trafficking, but we already discussed some of the issues between trafficking and smuggling.
Appreciate it, Colonel.
Thanks.
All right, I think that's
I
it.
had one.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
This is a compliment for the DPS. We have been able to, since you have been training your men, catch more people on the highway and be able to free them from the clutches of traffickers. Thank you for a good job. And that is one of the reasons why that I believe that you all should still share in Fund 6, because you have to police the highways of Texas, and your job has escalated. I know you're not going to be you may not be the finance chair, but I just want that to resonate on the Senate side.
Yeah.
Fund 6 needs
I'll
to
tell
be,
Senator
they
Nelson.
still need to be a part of Fund 6 because of the tremendous responsibility that has been added. And you do a good job in doing that, and your men are becoming better and better each day because of the awareness of traffickers and their techniques and their methods. And I'm happy that they're not only aware of it, but they are staying steps ahead of the criminals. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. We've got some great people.
Thank you very much for your testimony today, Director. Thanks for being here. Sure, go ahead. Senator Patrick?
Going back to the issue of, you mentioned sometimes the best place to rescue someone might be a traffic stop, for example, by a trooper. That's the only time that poor young lady is going to have a chance to escape or be rescued. So going back to our line of questioning with Commissioner Janik, we do have an opportunity. His concern was that families coming in and adults posing as parents or relatives. Is there anything that you can do at the state level, or is it simply Border Patrol when we have that one opportunity for those children coming through the detention center? Is there anything more we can do to try to rescue those children there by doing more interrogation of the adults? Is there anything the state can do, or is that strictly a federal issue?
It's a federal issue, but I'll talk to our Secretary Chief Kevin Oaks. I can tell you him and Raul Ortiz, the deputy, these are caring men, and they would, they would be absolutely, I couldn't tell you how terrible it would be for them to find out that they hadn't done it. So I know that the men and women of the Border Patrol will do everything they can to make sure that doesn't occur. I will personally talk to the chief and see what they have in the protocols, but obviously the situation got out of hand in terms they were overwhelmed. I mean, they're not required by law, and it shouldn't be. It was HHS was supposed to take it off their hands, but Border Patrol was put in that terrible situation, and I think many of you have seen how well they've done thus far to be able to recover from that situation, and they're doing a tremendous job. But I share your concerns. I also share your concerns when you put them back into the community, because we're often more they can be preyed upon when they go into these communities. There's still the potential for them being the victim if they're not comfortable with reporting to law enforcement, extortions and other types of activities.
And would you follow up, Commissioner, and look into the security at the bus station? Again, I was informed by some local leaders that there didn't seem to be ICE or Border Patrol at the bus station, and some eyewitnesses shared with me that they saw some of these families get in automobiles, and of course, they didn't know, but I went to the bus station when I was there. I didn't see anything specific, and I don't know if that's under, would be local, state, or federal to follow up with those families when they go to the bus station. But if you would look into that, I think it would be a good idea for us to have some security there as well, if possible.
Yes, sir. That switches to, at that point, the family unit switched to ICE, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, and it would be their Office of Enforcement and Removal that is responsible at that point when it's a family unit. So they're not going into the HHS system, but I'll check and see.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Director LeBron. All right, before I call the next invited testimony, the county judge has asked of Hidalgo would like to just give a little brief statement. So Judge Ramon Garcia, you can come on up, sir. Hello, Judge Garcia, you can introduce yourself and give your statement.
Thank you,
sir.
Madam Chairman, committee members. Ramon Garcia, I'm County Judge in Hidalgo County. And welcome, let me give you the official Hidalgo County welcome to our county. You're in the 8th largest county in the state, population-wise, 900,000 to about 1 million. One of the fastest growth areas in the country. And a little bit of history, you're about 2 miles away from the city of, the community of Peñitas, which is, was created in the 16th century, and which was here before the Mayflower hit Plymouth Rock. Now, Governor Richards used to say that the valley was the front door to the U.S. She said it so loud that Central America heard it. And they're coming. And I know that that's one of the issues that, or at least one of the issues related to the issue that you're talking about. And I'm going to make my comment brief because I'm also hungry. I appreciate, and I really do sincerely appreciate the efforts of this committee for what you're doing. It's a very important issue. And I'm very happy that Representative Longoria and Senator Hinojosa were able to convince you that you needed to do this here where it's occurring in Hidalgo County and especially here in La Jolla. Let me assure you there is these individuals that are coming are not creating a public health crisis for us, are not creating a public safety crisis for us. And the point I wanted to make here today that yes, clearly it is a humanitarian crisis. We do need to provide some assistance to these individuals once they get here. But spending $12 million a month on the deployment or bringing down the National Guard, well, I don't want to say I don't believe it's very practical. Not a practical solution. What we need, you may need to spend that kind of money, but you need to spend it with the Department of Public Safety, trained law enforcement officers. You may need to spend it with the sheriff's offices in South Texas, trained law enforcement officers. You may need to spend it in the law enforcement community along the border. But you could line up Border Patrolmen and National Guard people one by one up and down this river, and what are they going to do when these people get here and they're in that raft and they're trying to make it to the U.S.? They go halfway through that river, they're in U.S. territorial waters, and they're trying to get up there and climb up the edge of the river and step on U.S. soil. We're not legally, you can't kick them back. You can't shout them back. You're going to help them, and you're going to detain them and send them to be processed at the Border Patrol station. So, I mean, what are you going to be accomplishing by having more untrained personnel out there? You may want to spend money to hire civilian people to be the data processors that gather the information that viewing these individuals. You may want to spend money hiring civilian travel agents because, Border Patrol is becoming a business of trying to figure out where they're going and trying to make sure they buy the right ticket. But that's where the resources I feel, would be better spent.
Yes.
Judge?
Yes.
Just a quick thought is you're giving your testimony. In deploying these requested 1,000 troops and doing all these, or whatever ideas people have along the border, from what you're telling me, you're from the border, you're from Hidalgo County. It seems like overwhelmingly the police officer, the sheriff, the constables, elected officials, the community along the border did not ask for this, right?
Did not what?
Did not ask for these troops.
No, in fact, our sheriff here in the county was concerned that the money was not coming to local law enforcement, people that are actually trained to do investigation and apprehension, as opposed to military personnel that are trained for. I believe if you talk to law enforcement officers, they'll tell you that their training is very different. So
So what you're saying, you are more familiar with what you need along the border than somebody that lives or does not live down here is better able to determine what your needs are, correct?
Well, I'm not sure if I can tell you what I know, and I can tell you that I've born and raised here, and I've made every meeting, met with Border Patrolmen, local sheriffs, local law enforcement, community leaders, and based on that background, that's where my opinion comes from.
Yeah, and what you've seen as elected leader in this area, the community down here feels just like you do on this issue, correct?
Well, I would say that I sincerely believe that the majority of them certainly do.
Thank you, sir.
All right, thank you, Judge.
Thank you very much.
All right. We'll call up now Tom Crumpets and Honorable John T. Huber, the DA Hubert from Claiborne County. And Tom's from the Border Prosecution Unit. Okay?
That's right.
Y'all can proceed.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon to the committee. My name is Tom Crumpets, and it's my good fortune to serve as General Counsel to the Texas Border Prosecution Unit. When I say the Border Prosecution Unit, I found that there's not a widespread knowledge of what we do by members of the legislature. So in the handout materials that I provided, I did give some background materials on just what the BPU is. And I'm kind of a visual guy, and one of the things that you have in your packet is a map, and that map shows what the service area for the BPU is. You created the BPU in 2009, and it's designed as an organization that I think somebody here mentioned, say, a gross number of crimes that occurs along the border, be they drug crimes or crimes of violence or whatever. And much like what Director McCraw said, we don't necessarily deal with what I call the retail nature of crime. We are more designed to handle organized crime and criminal enterprise cases that occur along the border. I'm pleased to be joined by John Hubert, who's our district attorney in Clayburgh and Kennedy County. Wanted to bring somebody to you that actually operates along the front lines, and also perhaps for the benefit of the committee, to give you the piece of the puzzle that occurs after the apprehension. But more importantly, with what we do with DPS and local law enforcement these days, is we start working with it from the get-go. So, you know, to coin maybe a popular image, there's a show on TV called Law and Order, and it shows the first 30 minutes being the police, and they go out and grab the perpetrator, and the next 30 minutes is the prosecution. The beauty of our program is we collapse that distinction. So we work with law enforcement, both DPS. Our most important strategic alliance is certainly with DPS. And through your funding, we are providing lawyers in 17 jurisdictions from El Paso to Brownsville. Each one of those lawyers focuses on organized crime, criminal enterprise cases. And then you also provided funding for us to what we call embed lawyers, and we have lawyers that physically house in DPS facilities in El Paso, Laredo, Weslaco, and San Angelo. So that's who we are, and it's specifically about trafficking, because we're not going to talk about unaccompanied minors here today, and we're not going to talk about surge, and we're not going to talk about National Guard. We're going to talk about what goes on in the courthouse when we try these cases. But I'd be remiss if I didn't acknowledge and Chair Ms. T is away, but I can remember in 2009, excuse me, Senator Van Depute, I can remember traveling to San Antonio and going to a conference that you and your office sponsored. So your leadership in this for a long time is acknowledged and really appreciated. I will also say that trafficking presents a very difficult set of circumstances for prosecution. And one of the reasons is because we deal with witnesses that are very difficult to represent, basically. As your other testimony provided to you said, these are traumatized individuals. These are people that have connections back in other parts of the world, or even domestically, that could be at risk if they make outcry. Many of our victims actually, and it's not unlike if you've ever dealt with a victim in a child abuse case. I can remember one when I was a prosecutor, and we had a 6-year-old little girl that had been repeatedly sexually abused. And I put her on the stand, and I asked her what she hoped would come of this. And she said, I hope I get to go home to my daddy. And her daddy was the perpetrator. So it's very difficult in these situations because you have witnesses that don't want to testify, and you also have witnesses that in this part of the world flee across the border just as quickly as they can to avoid being part of the criminal justice system. So that's kind of the setup. I know that John has some specific comments that he'd like to bring to you as they relate to some tweaks in the statutes, but I would say, generally speaking, through the efforts of the House and Senate leadership over the last several sessions, we've got plenty tough laws, we've got plenty tough punishments. What we continue to need is more real, basically understanding of the dynamics of the offense and also the ability to adequately represent the people who are victims. And also, kind of the last thing is that in law enforcement and in prosecution circles, I'll tell you that sometimes the victims in these trafficking cases are confused as perpetrators. And sometimes they don't present themselves as victims because, they're actually engaging in criminal acts that are defined under the penal code as violations of the law themselves. So it's not necessarily a matter of resources. I think, Mr. Hunter, you asked if it's a matter of resources, or Joe, you asked if it's a matter of resources. And it's not so much a matter of resources, but it's a matter of understanding and training, and we continue to try to train ourselves up on that. And then the last thing I'll say is, and I keep saying the last thing, but I spent a lot of time in my life on a volunteer basis working for CASA. And it's a great program. And the best thing about it is it gave us, and we talk about it, gives the ability to be the voice for that victim, that person who doesn't have a voice. And we continue to struggle to find ways that we can be a better voice for that victim in the trafficking context. John will talk to you that sometimes, it's real hard to see what smuggling and what trafficking is, but let me just leave you with thanks. The Border Prosecution Unit, I think, in spite of my youthful appearance, I've been doing this business for a long time, and it's the most exciting thing I've ever done where you have a melding of the law enforcement and the prosecution function. So thanks for doing that. We appreciate your support, and I'll turn it over to Mr. D.A. Hubert.
First, if I sound a little nervous, I'm not used to speaking.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Can I, before you start, I didn't mean to interrupt, sir, I apologize. I just had a quick, and maybe you can comment on it as you go through, because I had one request, and then the second part is just a question. The request would be, I know some of these laws are new in terms of enhancements and some of the penalty ranges that are available, so these are new things that are being used and utilized at the prosecution level. Can you give us an idea of, and maybe it's something we can't do today, but maybe something can be supplied to the committee later, prosecution rates under these new statutes, conviction rates, and whether that's through plea or trial, and if there are some trial experiences that maybe from Clayburgh County that you can relate to us, and how that process is going, because making the law on this side of it is one thing. When the rubber hits the road, I know as a former prosecutor, it's very different. And so if you can share something, even if it's anecdotal, how we can, how those things are really working. The second part would be about crime victims in these instances. Because you said that they sometimes are engaging in what would be criminal activity themselves. Are they eligible for crime victims compensation under the current laws? If they are, to what extent? If they are not, are there other resources that are available for them? Thank you very much.
If I can ask, or if I can answer in order. The first is, have the recent changes made an effect? Anecdotally, I can tell you yes, and by sheer common sense, I can tell you yes. The reasons why is because the changes in the smuggling laws have allowed us to prosecute things that basically we couldn't prosecute before. Initially, I was a prosecutor back in '99, and then I left for a while, was deployed overseas, came back, did civil law, and then came back into prosecution. In that time, I got to see everything from the misdemeanor to the felony level. Before it was smuggling, we had to show that people were receiving monetary gain when they were smuggling, and that they put people at substantial risk. And there was a low penalty threshold. Well, by the time we got to talk to the victims, they were already gone. The smuggle was, they were gone. And even if we could have gotten to them, the last thing they wanted to do was tell us the names of the people who they're going to rely to get them across the border yet again, because they may get a discounted rate the second time they come across. So now we have ways of prosecuting these type crimes without our victims being present. I've heard success stories of from Bexar County with the human trafficking laws that are more. I'm going to say this in a broad way, so please don't, please nobody take offense. But trafficking tends to be more of a destination type crime. It's hard for us to prove trafficking at our level in this area. One, it's because of how the system works, and two, it's because, as y'all know, most victims of human trafficking don't understand that they're human trafficking until they've been in the system a while, and even then, when they finally recognize that they're victims, they refuse to acknowledge that they are. So, there's those types of difficulties. But in San Antonio and Houston, in those bigger areas, we've seen success with those human trafficking laws, which have been so instrumental. The human smuggling, if there's two things I can leave you with. First is that what happens in South Texas affects not only the rest of Texas, but the rest of the United States. Whatever happens here will be transmitted farther up north. And I don't personally feel like giving up 300 miles of Texas to the transnational criminal organizations, the TCOs. Second is that human trafficking is tied to human smuggling, it's tied to drug smuggling, it's tied to gun running, it's tied to money transfers. I can't really single out one type of crime and say, okay, they're only doing this, because they're not. They're engaged in whatever gets them money, however it gets them money. If they're doing one thing one way and it's making them money today, if it stops making them money, they change it and do it a different way tomorrow. So those two things. We're the gateway to the rest of Texas and to the rest of the United States, and that it's an all-encompassing issue, and we've got to address all the legs of that stool. Personally, my family's been down here for about 100 years or so, and we don't really have the option of leaving. This is where we are. This is where we come from. This is where we're staying. So when times get hard, we've got to figure out how to work with people to fix it. About a year ago, and this is not uncommon, unfortunately, recently. About a year ago, about 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, my dog's barking. I live out in a rural area. I open the door cautiously because I am a prosecutor. I do have some people that really don't like me. I'm opening that door, and there's two people that are scared, tired, and extremely desperate outside my door. I've got an 8-year-old, and I've got an 11-year-old. If it would have been an hour later, they would have been outside feeding the dogs. They could have been checking on the eggs in the chicken coop. They could have been doing something. And it scares me that I've got desperate people outside that I don't know anything about their background, and I've got young children that are walking around. There's no notification system. There's no nothing. It turned out it was a bailout. And in fact, one of the immigrants that came through actually died. When they came through, the common strategy is to run from the police, run as fast as you possibly can with a vehicle through a fence, slow down the Border Patrol or the sheriffs long enough to where everybody can jump. It's called a bailout. And then hopefully everybody, or at least a majority, will make it away. It is so incredibly dangerous for those being transported. It is so incredibly dangerous what they're doing. One guy had some barbed wire wrapped around his leg, and it took off his leg. And this is less than half a mile from my house. This is not uncommon nowadays. Growing up, I remember at one time growing up that we had one incident. Now I see it all the time. We have, I guess July 14th was, I took a plea on a case. Y'all were asking about federal versus state jurisdiction, basically. When do we prosecute state cases? When do we prosecute federal? If we take the case as statewide, the feds say we're not going to take it unless we have to jump through all these certain hoops. So if it means a lot to us, a lot of time what we'll do is we'll game the system, so to speak. We let the feds take it, develop it. They have a lot of resources, figure out what's going on. And then once they do whatever they're going to do, then we take it. In the case that pled out on the 14th, the driver, an illegal alien from Mexico, had 14 people in his truck. Most of them were from Guatemala, one from Honduras. He was evading arrest from the police. The police were stopping him, I believe, for a minor traffic infraction. He ran into the gate, the final denial barrier of the NAS Kingsville gate. 7 people were killed. His truck, I didn't realize it was in the cab until after we were able to piece it together. 7 people were killed. 7 people were seriously hurt. Under federal law, he got 10 years. For us to prosecute these cases where we don't have witnesses, where the witnesses have already been deported, the UVCs haven't been applied for, there's so many hoops and barriers in the way of prosecuting these, it's incredibly difficult for us to do our job. One of the recommendations that I kind of threw some ideas together on the list, one of the recommendations that would really help us is to have some type of a ombudsman, maybe with the Department of Public Safety, maybe with the Board of Prosecution Unit, somebody that can go and organize victim assistance as far as coordination, so we find out who the bad guys are. Because quite honestly, we're not really in the immigration business. What the business we're in is crime and punishment. I want to go after the bad guys. I want to go after the people that are evil. If you look today at where one of our most horrible loss of life is in the immigration and the smuggling and the trafficking, it's when they leave them alone out there in the ranch by themselves. They'll guide 10, 12 people through. If you can't keep up, guess what? You're left behind. If you're left behind on 2,000 or 3,000 acres, you're dead. There's no water out there. It's horrible. It's horrible, some of the things these people are doing. The smugglers, the traffickers, they're evil, evil people.
Yes, Representative Alonso.
Quick question. I was hearing the Colonel's testimony regarding they'll pick them up, drop them off, but then they'll go back. As it relates when the state's involved. And I was thinking about, listening to what you're saying, and I'm thinking about what the feds do when they prosecute a case. They keep up with the witnesses, have witness protection program and things like that. So, but I want to talk to you about the comment that you just made about victim assistance. Tell me what you mean by that.
Well, what we have to do under the Code of Criminal Procedures, we have to tell the victims about the dates of the trial. We have to ask if they're available, tell them about any kind of plea, tell them about any kind of hearings, things like that. We also have to provide certain types of assistance to them through I believe it's the Attorney General's office, and it's victim assistance. We have a victim assistance coordinator. In small jurisdictions like ours, we share one with the county attorney. We don't even have an investigator in our office. We have to rely on outside agencies. So it's limited by our tax base, our resources. In this case, we could not provide any type of victim assistance because they're gone. None of the victims in this case were still in the United States.
So, I'm sorry. Quick, I hear what you're saying, the resources. So maybe to add to help you in the prosecution, aside from having the district attorneys, the prosecutors, your investigators on the case, one of the thoughts is a thought that there be, just like we have victim assistance at the Attorney General's office, because this is such a specialized, let's call it agency unit, that within that unit, this is one of the things that you're coming to us saying that this is one of the areas of concern that we might consider addressing, because that's what we're here for, to hear what you're saying and see how we can help in fixing these problems. Maybe there should be, just like we have with the AG's office of victim assistance, maybe under the border.
We would love to have one, sir.
Yeah, well, I'd be glad to explore some more, but I just wanted to intervene just to let you know, in comparing the dates, maybe one of the things that could happen with the union is this concept that you're talking about. Thank you. Thank you,
Representative Longoria.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess the call that we get at our office pretty frequent, and I've had some people voice their concerns. What about the property owners? Many times they go and they go through these fences, and I had one in particular, actually a constituent of mine. He says, you know, I can repair the fence, they do it the next day, and eventually it becomes a financial burden on me. Is there anything I can do? do those individuals have access to the Crime Victims Fund to be able to go and repair those fence lines? Because they pose a danger for them and also for the community, because many times they have livestock on these properties, and I mean, cows out in the streets, not something that you guys really want to see.
Tom's over here telling me, keep your answers short. I'm trying, I really am. The fencing gate is a big issue, because with farms and ranches, your profit margin aren't that big, and most of your money is tied up into stuff like land, equipment, things like that. People don't make that much money ranching. They can have 600 cows, and they're living off of $25,000, $30,000 a year actual cash. The problem is when people run through these fences, not only do they create a liability and a danger to the public with the livestock now being out, but they also just destroyed that person's investment in fences. When you make a fence, you'll build them of different materials, things like barbed wire, which are cheaper, or King Ranch wire netting, which is more expensive. You have a 30-year investment that just went down to a 5-year investment when somebody runs down into it. And it's expensive. And I've got, was it a couple days ago, we had a commissioner's court agenda where we had a landowner saying, hey, I want reimbursement. Why are y'all driving these guys through my fences? Are we chasing people through their fences? Law enforcement. I don't think so. I think this is another bad act by the perpetrator coming up and doing this. One possible thing is maybe some type of insurance, a low-cost insurance that ranchers can buy. Maybe it's a better reimbursement through abandoned vehicles. We have something in place right now. It needs to be probably tweaked a little bit through the legislature. But,
so as of now, the property owners don't have any access to the Crime Victims Fund whatsoever?
Not the Crime Victims Fund. There is another fund, but it's case by case, county by county, and if you take money out of that fund, you're denying the sheriffs the access to that fund. So it's kind of hard to get
Any
to.
other questions on human trafficking? Yes, Representative Hunter?
Tom, thanks for being here. So everybody knows, John is from Claiborne County, which is Senator Lucio and Representative Lozano. And he's next right in Florida to me, and you're right. South Texas, Roberto. And here's what I want to ask you. I am very bothered about the increase of internet solicitation and communication. And it's getting bad. I'm not here to open up privacy, that's one issue, but when they are bold statements, can you two provide the committee with proposals to expedite subpoenas and the information? It is wrong that people can go this verbal outward and then it takes weeks or months. And we're going to have to balance it. But what I would like you, we don't have to go through any specifics, what I'd like you two to do, being prosecutors, is provide both our chairman maybe some proposals that we can do in the legislature to expedite this thing.
Absolutely. And, you know, it might be one of those things, and, you know, there's a business side of this deal where even if we have the ability to, say, quickly obtain a warrant or an administrative warrant, but we're still dealing with a corporation that's a long way away and very non-responsive. And, you know, I'd love to hear, because y'all are some smart people, I mean, you got smart people working for you, is how do we have a better lever? How do we extract better cooperation out of businesses that do business in our state? And, you know, that's frankly one of the difficulties. I can get a judge to give me a warrant, but, you know, getting them to comply with it other than, you know, going to the extent of dragging somebody to a grand jury, you know, under the threat of a grand jury subpoena like we do with banks that used to do, and say, I'll make you sit here all day or you can bring me the records. So, yeah, we'll think about that a lot. And, you know, the Supreme Court on the privacy issues has made it, I mean, it's becoming, I'm not going to say that, because I'm like, I mean, I believe in privacy and protection of privacy, but the limitations, you know, and the balancing that the courts are doing these days on the rights of privacy make it, you know, frankly, a little bit more difficult than it used to be. But we'll get back to you on that. Thank you.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Thank y'all very much for your testimony, and we'll call up Dexter Jones from TABC. Yes. All right, Carla. So it's a woman. Gonna go have lunch as soon as this.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Supplement Madam Chair Thompson, members of the Joint Committee on Human Trafficking. Today I have Ron Simpson, who's the captain for our Special Investigative Unit here with me as a resource. My name again is Dexter Jones. I'm the Assistant Chief of Field Operations for the Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission. And despite my youthful appearance...
Madam Chair, I didn't hear the other gentleman's name.
I didn't. Would you introduce yourself? Because I'm
Ron Swenson. I'm the captain over the Special Investigations Unit within TABC.
Okay. Ron's with. We'll get one. All right, y'all can go.
Ron Swenson.
Can you get one? Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, you can fill out a witness card when you finish, just so we have it for the record. Okay?
Absolutely.
Yes. Thank you.
As I was saying, despite my youthful appearance, I have been with the Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission for 16 years, nearly 16 years. I oversee audit and investigations again, which includes the Special Investigations Unit, along with financial crimes and auditing. We thank you for the opportunity today to provide testimony as it relates to the involvement of the Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission to combat the pervasive, wicked, and multifaceted crime of human trafficking. Human trafficking, as we know, is a crime that destroys the fabric of the state of Texas, and it converts the American dream into an American nightmare. Victims are often manipulated by force, threat, coercion to engage in prostitution and or to take labor-intensive jobs with little or no pay. Many of these victims are victims of human smuggling, and they are thus tricked into working off the debt of being transported into the country. When perpetrators successfully navigate the trafficking and smuggling of these victims through the lines of defense that are posed by our state and federal law enforcement colleagues, colleague Steve McGraw had indicated earlier, they're not detected in transit by law enforcement techniques. Many of these victims typically end up in the underbelly of restaurants, bars, nightclubs, and cantinas, being exploited for both labor and sex. Shortly after the passage of the Texas legislature to criminalize human trafficking in 2003, the Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission in 2004 2005, working on a human trafficking task force, made one of the largest human trafficking cases in the state, rescuing nearly 120 women and children that had been enslaved, forced into prostitution, were being physically abused and psychologically tortured. This horrendous activity was taking place in a TABC licensed cantina in the Houston area. The breakthrough in that particular case came when the task force and TABC were able to purchase 2 women from the perpetrators in this particular cantina for a total of $11,000. As a result of the task force, we were able to gather enough intelligence and evidence to bring the perpetrators to justice. 10 individuals were convicted of crimes ranging from probation, for making a false statement on a TABC application, to over 15 years in prison for forced labor, human trafficking, and human smuggling violations. In this case, evidence revealed that the perpetrators were so violent that they performed abortions on the victims that became pregnant during forced prostitution. And since this time, the Texas Alcohol Beverage Commission has progressively developed a strategy to work with and join our local, state, federal law enforcement partners in the battle against human trafficking. In 2013, TABC created a special investigative unit with the primary responsibility to disrupt and dismantle organized criminal activity, which includes human trafficking, that pose a threat to public safety and has a nexus to the alcohol beverage industry. Team members are strategically placed around the state, including the border. The TABC border region encompasses the entire Texas-Mexico border, from Brownsville to El Paso, and includes the largest metropolitan areas of San Antonio and Austin. While the criminal impact of organized criminal activities such as human trafficking affects the border because of its entry point, it also fans out across the state and throughout the nation as as Senator Estes had indicated and pointed out earlier. In the last 8 months, TABC Special Investigative Unit agents have investigated 12 licensed alcohol establishments in the border region with allegations of human trafficking. These cases are investigated, or have been investigated by the TABC and our task force partners, such as the FBI Human Trafficking Task Force, the FBI High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Unit, the Hidalgo County High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Unit, the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, and other federal and state partners, such as the Department of Homeland Security, the Texas Department of Public Safety, the Criminal Investigations Division, and the Texas Attorney General's Office. Through these partnerships, we have shared valuable intelligence and resources to combat organized criminal activities, specifically that of human trafficking. 3 of the 12 cases that I mentioned have been closed right here in the greater Rio Grande Valley area. One particular example, TABC Special Investigative Units working in undercover capacity along with the Homeland Security investigations, working in undercover capacity at a truck stop licensed to sell alcohol in the greater Rio Grande Valley earlier in 2014. TABC undercover agents were successful in purchasing street-level narcotics from employees on several occasions and facilitated the transportation and smuggling of undocumented persons on 2 separate occasions to be transported from location in McAllen to Houston. The perpetrator, or Coyote as they're normally referred to, was paying TABC and the Department of Homeland Security undercover agents $800
with you wherever you go. View the local weather forecast.
Looks like more spectacular weather.
Access local news.
There's been an outpouring of support online for
And purchase all with the Action 4 News mobile app. Available now on the iPhone and Google. Now, you can take Action 4 News with you wherever you go. View the local weather forecast.
Looks like more spectacular weather.
Access local news.
There's been an outpouring of support online for
And purchase daily deals, all with the Action 4 News mobile app. Available now on the iPhone and Google Play stores. Expect more from your smartphone and get the most up-to-date local news, weather, and deals on the air, online, and now on the go. The Action 4 News mobile app, powered by Action 4 News.
Nearly 60 million Americans depend on free local TV. News, sports, weather emergencies, especially diverse communities, rural towns, the elderly. They save thousands every year on cable and satellite bills. Pay TV providers don't like that. They're pushing Washington to change the rules and cripple free TV. Call Congress. Tell them to stand up for 60 million Americans and stand up to pay TV providers. Don't mess with free TV.
There's nothing like the 2014 Nissan Sentra. It's sure to keep you and your friends moving and connected. Yeah, life at the top is pretty good. Choose the 2014 Sentra and save up to $1,500. Or get 0% APR financing. It's a great choice. Nissan, innovation that excites. Shop at ChooseNissan.com.
How many smiles are in your bank account? How many laughs? How many hugs and shoulders to lean on? And when you add it all up, after all the years, is there anything that counts more? How will you be remembered?
Frank Smith's Toyota of Far. We have deals as big as Texas. Listen to this one. 2014 and a half Camry LE. Lease one today for $179 a month or 0% for 72 months. Your choice. 2014 Tundra Crew Max. Lease for $279 a month or 0% for 60 months. And $2,000 Toyota bonus cash. Your choice. You simply cannot go wrong at Frank Smith's Toyota of Far. Your Toyota Superstore. Son buena gente.
Ask my kids why we go to Schlitterbahn. They'll tell you about rivers, chutes, and slides, and the fun for everyone that makes it the perfect family vacation. They'll tell you about the thrill of riding waves and uphill water coasters, or the fun we have sharing a picnic from home. But want to know the real reason we go to Schlitterbahn? It's a chance to hold on as long as I want.
Hold on to family and summer fun. Get your tickets at Schlitterbahn.com.
It's the hottest, coolest time in Texas. We're going to Schlitterbahn.
Like to have options. Choose from more Fords when you choose Bogus Ford in Harlingen or McAllen. 2 locations to give you more options than ever. Stop by and see the difference. Get a real deal on a 2014 Ford Escape for just $19,999 or lease it for just $199 a month. Get a real deal on a 2014 Ford Edge lease for just $299 a month. More options. It's better at Bogus in Harlingen, in McAllen, and always at BogusAutoGroup.com.
Come experience Freedom Fitness. With group fitness classes, the latest equipment, and our expert staff, Freedom Fitness can help you reach your fitness goals. Our new location is now open at Trenton and Jackson in Edinburgh next to Cinemark Movie Bistro. And right now, get $1 enrollment on our Platinum membership for any of our Freedom Fitness locations. Or choose our standard membership for only $9.95 a month with no contract. But hurry, offer ends July 31st. Freedom Fitness. Get fit, save money.
We hope you're having a good day. I'm Steve on campus for South Texas VOTEC. We're going to be with you during the breaks in the show this hour, showcasing the career-focused training we offer. Let's head across campus and visit with one of our graduates now. This is Sierra. Sierra, for those watching, what would you say to encourage them to pick up the telephone and call STVT?
There's no better time than to chase your dreams than today, and this is definitely the place to make your dreams come true.
And you would encourage everyone to call South Texas VOTEC?
Oh, of course. It was the best decision that I ever made on my education.
That's great to hear. Thank you very much, Sierra.
Thanks, Steve.
Katharina?
Thanks, Steve. We offer career training in medical administrative assisting technology, medical assisting, dental assisting, nurse assistant, professional massage therapy, computer accounting specialist. You need to check it out. Pick up the telephone or program the number in your cell phone and schedule a time to visit with STVT. We're standing by to take your call.
You can call, click, or visit STVT 1-888-399-2940.
Wandering out into this great unknown, and when it's done, believe that I will yell it from that mountain high.
Find summer, the Chevy Summer Drive. Get 0% financing for 72 months plus a total value of $4,000 on this 2014 Silverado All-Star Edition and no monthly payments until the end of summer. See your Rio Grande Valley Chevy dealers.
Your TV is tuned to Action 4 News.
Tortillas made fresh every day, a family tradition, enjoy some today. Esquisita tortillas, just like Papa makes.
At Cardenas Motors in Brownsville, you always get more. And when we say more, we mean it. Through this Saturday, you can buy any car, truck, or SUV on the lot with no down payment, and you will get a 50% discount on your monthly payment. Wait, what? It's true. No down payment and 50% off your monthly payment. If your payment is $400, you pay $200. If it's $300, you pay $150. If it's $200, you pay $100. Wow! 50% off your monthly payment and no down payment. This offer absolutely ends this Saturday. So come on into Cardenas Motors on Expressway 77 in Brownsville. See dealer for detail.
Gilman Guy rule number 119. Just tell them exactly how you feel.
I think it's time we moved on. It's been 8 years, and it's not you, it's me.
It's definitely you, bro.
I need to find out who I am. We will always have high school.
Right now at Gilman Chevrolet Buick GMC in San Benito, lease a 2014 Buick Verano for $339 a month. Hurry in now.
Finally, we can be alone.
Gilman Guy rule number 119. Sometimes newer is better.
As life moves ahead, it's important to have a partner you can trust. A partner who thinks ahead at every stage of your life so you can focus on the moments that matter. Valley Baptist Health Plans is now Allegiant Health Plans, still locally operated and still your neighbors who know the healthcare landscape. And our healthy relationship with care providers means you're primed for a great experience. Plan ahead with Allegiant. Call today for more information on how we can help you or your business.
You can get a $1,000 turbocharged reward card with a new Volkswagen Turbo. So why are we so obsessed with turbo?
Because there's nothing more exhilarating than a powerful ride.
And you can get that in places you might not expect, like the Passat.
And also in the fun-to-drive Jetta. In fact, Volkswagen has sold more turbos than any other brand over the last 10 years.
That is a lot of turbo.
Hurry in and you can get a $1,000 turbocharged reward card when you lease a new 2014 Passat S for $219 a month.
Tortillas, the taste you love best. Made in the valley, they're guaranteed fresh. Esquisita tortillas, just like Papa makes.
The 2014 Nissan Altima with up to 270 horses and blind spot warning. Get 0% APR financing. Nothing beats an Altima except another Altima. Shop ChooseNissan.com.
Payne Brownsville and Payne Mission Volkswagen are making a bang with discounts you've never seen before during the Big Bang sales event. We're clearing out our entire inventory. Save hundreds, even thousands. Lease a 2014 Volkswagen Jetta SMT for only $139 a month for 36 months. This is the don't miss event of the summer. The Big Bang sales event at Payne Brownsville and Payne Mission Volkswagen.
We have what you want.
Lo que tú quieras, regardless.
This is Joel Garcia with Cardenas Metroplex in Harlingen. At Cardenas, we are proud to offer a complete line of new Mercedes-Benz vehicles. But did you know we also have a great selection of certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz cars and SUVs? Each of our certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz vehicles go through 135-point inspections. All come with a 100,000-mile factory warranty, plus low interest rates are also available. Whether it's a new or certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz, come experience the new Cardenas Metroplex in Harlingen.
How many smiles are in your bank account? How many laughs? How many hugs and shoulders to lean on? And when you add it all up, after all the years, is there anything that counts more? How will you be remembered?
What's better than keeping your kid happy? Keeping everyone happy. The Nissan Pathfinder with Tri-Zone Entertainment. Everyone good? Now save up to $2,000. Shop at ChooseNissan.com.
Photo of the Day is sponsored by the Eye Experts.
There's a place that ties the entire Rio Grande Valley together. From South Padre Island to Rio Grande City, it gives us more than an inside look at the stories that affect us every day. More than just news and weather. It lets us connect and let our voices be heard. It doesn't just give you scores and highlights. It brings the games right to you, saving us money, giving us ways to win big, and telling our story, all in one place, just when you need it. The award-winning ValleyCentral.com. Expect more.
Nearly 60 million Americans depend on free local TV. News, sports, weather emergencies, especially diverse communities, rural towns, the elderly. They save thousands every year on cable and satellite bills. Pay TV providers don't like that. They're pushing Washington to change the rules and cripple free TV. Call Congress. Tell them to stand up for 60 million Americans and stand up to pay TV providers. Don't mess with free TV.
Ask my kids why we go to Schlitterbahn. They'll tell you about rivers, chutes, and slides, and the fun for everyone that makes it the perfect family vacation. They'll tell you about the thrill of riding waves and uphill water coasters, or the fun we have sharing a picnic from home. But want to know the real reason we go to Schlitterbahn? It's a chance to hold on as long as I want.
Hold on to family and summer fun. Get your tickets at Schlitterbahn.com.
It's the hottest, coolest time in Texas. We're going to Schlitterbahn.
As life moves ahead, it's important to have a partner you can trust. A partner who thinks ahead at every stage of your life so you can focus on the moments that matter. Valley Baptist Health Plans is now Allegiant Health Plans, still locally operated and still your neighbors who know the healthcare landscape. And our healthy relationship with care providers means you're primed for a great experience. Plan ahead with Allegiant. Call today for more information on how we can help you or your business.
Hi, I'm Dr. Vincent Onrubia from the South Texas Sinus Institute, here with one of our latest success stories, Julia De La Portilla.
I had lived with sinus infections, sinus headaches. They were getting more
severe. I called the office, set up the appointment. I was there. The staff was walking me through everything. I wake up, and there's no pain. Don't wait to make that phone call. Call them today so you can have the relief that I have now.
It's the Summer Spectacular Sales Event happening right here, right now at Spikes Ford on the Expressway in Mission. We have some fantastic blockbuster deals on our entire inventory of cars and trucks.
Get a blockbuster deal on this 2014 Ford Fusion SE for only $197.10 per month.
And remember, you always get free oil changes and free car washes at Spikes Ford. The Summer Spectacular Sales Event going on right here, right now at Spikes Ford on the Expressway in Mission. Take the Conway exit.
Let's supercharge this place.
That rocks! Cue the dart! Seriously?
It's the Dodge Summer Clearance Event, and we're doing things only Dodge can do. Get $4,250 total cash allowance on select Charger models, or $3,750 total cash allowance on Challenger.
Payne Brownsville and Payne Mission Volkswagen are making a bang with discounts you've never seen before during the Big Bang Sales Event. We're clearing out our entire inventory. Save hundreds, even thousands. Lease a 2014 Volkswagen Jetta SMT for only $139 a month for 36 months. This is the don't miss event of the summer. The Big Bang Sales Event at Payne Brownsville and Payne Mission Volkswagen.
We have what you want.
Lo que tú quieras, regardless.
Take up to $9,000 off a 2014 Texas Edition Crew Cab with free 2-year, 24,000 miles scheduled maintenance plan.
Special thanks to the Sherryland Mariachi Nuevo Cascabel. Get superior service
and super savings
at Ferdinand Chevrolet.
Low mileage, late model, clean used cars are on sale now at the king of clean used cars, Don Johnson Motors Brownsville. Save thousands off a new car price. Most have remaining factory warranty. All come with my personal guarantee. Bueno, bonito, barato. The real Don Johnson Motors Brownsville.
Everyone at CBS is excited about Thursday nights this fall. Show off. Football starts here. Thursday Night Football comes to NFL Network and CBS.
The deals are hot, and the savings are sizzling at Frank Smith Hyundai of Far. Lease a new 2014 Accent for $149 a month. Soak up the raise. Lease a new 2014 Elantra for $159 a month. Cruise in style. Lease a new 2014 Sonata for $179 a month. And the Big Kahuna. Lease a 2014 Santa Fe for $229 a month. You simply cannot go wrong at Frank Smith Hyundai of Far and FrankSmithHyundai.com. Your Hyundai Superstore. Son buena gente.
This news segment is brought to you by Frank Smith Hyundai.
At GMC, one incredible idea leads to another, like the versatile GMC Acadia. The first 8-passenger crossover with an EPA estimated 24 highway MPG, advanced seating with an easy access third row, and pro-grade protection, including 2 years of scheduled maintenance. Now get 0% financing for 60 months, plus $1,000 purchase bonus cash on any 2014 GMC Acadia, or get $2,500 customer cash.
Create lasting memories from simple elegance to a platinum event. Make your wedding a day to cherish that everyone will remember. With Rental World's custom designed tents, staging, dance floors, lighting, chocolate fountains, ice sculptures, tables, chairs, and linen. We can even transport your guest in a 1929 bus. Rental World, bringing your vision alive with precision and expertise from our 5 Valley locations.
Now you know where to look. Rental World.
Frank Smith's Toyota of Far. We have deals as big as Texas.
Listen to this one.
2014 and a half Camry LE. Lease one today for $179 a month or 0% for 72 months. Your choice. 2014 Tundra Crew Max. Lease for $279 a month or 0% for 60 months. And $2,000 Toyota bonus cash. Your choice. You simply cannot go wrong at Frank Smith's Toyota of Far. Your Toyota Superstore.
Son buena gente.
Save on more than 500 vehicles available today at Burt Ogden Buick GMC Edinburgh and get up to 32 MPG when you drive a 2014 Buick Verano $227 per month or the 2014 GMC Sierra Double Cab $277 a month. Plus, get a free 2-year 24,000-mile scheduled maintenance plan. And remember, nobody beats a Burt Ogden deal.
Only at Burt Ogden Buick GMC Edinburgh on the corner of Trent Road and 281 where you'll save more. Dale gas!
Like to have options. Choose from more Fords when you choose Bogus Ford in Harlingen or McAllen. 2 locations to give you more options than ever. Stop by and see the difference. Get a real deal on a 2014 Ford Escape for just $19,999 or lease it for just $199 a month. Get a real deal on a 2014 Ford Edge lease for just $299 a month. More options. It's better at Bogus in Harlingen, in McAllen, and always at BogusAutoGroup.com.
You need me to remind you how a deposition works?
You see, that's funny because I actually
Just
remember
get
everything.
Okay.
We've got some questions for you. Remember, you're under oath.
The truth is, with Time Warner Cable, you can set your DVR from anywhere with your mobile device. Plus, you can watch Suits and thousands of shows live and on demand in your home.
It's impressive, but not relevant to our case. Why'd you call this guy in?
Me? I thought you called him in.
Donna?
Call now to get a bundle starting at $79.99 a month. Upgrade to a qualifying package to get a free Dell 2-in-1. Time Warner Cable. Enjoy better.
Texas is a land of firsts. The first American battleship was named after it. It's home to the first Dome Stadium. The first word spoken from the moon was Houston. And the first truck built for Texas is now the truck of Texas. Ram.
Now get $9,700 in total values on the new 2014 Ram 1500 Lone Star Premium Crew Cab.
Gilman Guy rule number 243.
She's a beaut.
Yup, ton of horsepower, plenty of torque. Can tow almost anything.
4x4?
Could be. All the bells and whistles.
Got it in black.
Does that dog hunt?
Right now at Gilman Chevy, get a 2014 Chevy Silverado for $8,000 off MSRP. Hurry into Gilman Chevy in San Benito or Harlingen and test drive the 2014 Chevy Silverado today.
Gilman Guy rule number 243. We speak truck.
Right now, you're watching Action 4 News.
The Valley is a great place to live and work, and it's up to each of us to keep it that way.
Although I've never been involved in over $3,200 a year, and because of lawsuits, my employer can't hire the people that it needs for it to expand, so there are fewer jobs. We're taking personal responsibility and speaking out against the lawsuit lottery mentality. Let's create jobs, not lawsuits.
Safety, performance, luxury, and superior service. Get it all today at Fort Ogden Infiniti in Edinburgh.
Drive the 2014 Infiniti Q50 for just $399 per month and get up to 30 highway miles per gallon. Or choose from more than 20 2014 QX60s available today from just $499 per month from the Valley's exclusive Infiniti dealership.
Get affordable luxury with world-class style and exceptional service. Shop Fort Ogden Infiniti in Edinburgh today. Daliga.
Action 4 Sunrise is more than live local late breaking. You can count on us to cover the news, but we're more than that. With us, expect the unexpected. We're different, irreverent, unique, and we live to cover your lifestyle. See for yourself. It's your news now. You're tuned in to Action 4 News.
Ask my kids why we go to Schlitterbahn. They'll tell you about rivers, chutes, and slides, and the fun for everyone that makes it the perfect family vacation. They'll tell you about the thrill of riding waves and uphill water coasters, or the fun we have sharing a picnic from home. But want to know the real reason we go to Schlitterbahn? It's a chance to hold on as long as I want.
Hold on to family and summer fun. Get your tickets at Schlitterbahn.com.
It's the hottest, coolest time in Texas. We're going to Schlitterbahn.
Payne Rio in Rio Grande City and Ed Payne Motors in Weslaco are making a bang with discounts you've never seen before during the Big Bang sales event. We're clearing out our entire inventory. Save hundreds, even thousands. Get a 2014 Ram Quad Cab SLT only $199 a month, or a 2014 Dodge Durango SXT just $299 a month during the 2014 Summer Clearance event at Payne Rio in Rio Grande City and Ed Payne Motors in Weslaco.
We have what you want.
Lo que tú quieras, regardless.
Every morning, we open your eyes with the very best original reporting from around the world and right here at home. More news every morning. CBS This Morning, right here on Action 4. You are watching Action 4 News.